Yo, what's going on, guys? Uh, I don't know how to get rid of that. I'll just make myself big for now. Hello, everyone. How is it going there? I looking to see what's going on in the market. Looking to see what's going on with our boy Mitch. I think I'm in the right place. But I see all of you here. I see chat working today. That's awesome because yesterday there was some issues there for sure. I don't want to log out and restart. I don't know. Okay. So, without further ado, let me actually look. Is Jane here this morning? Hey, give me a thumbs up if you're ready. I'll just pull you in, Jane. We're doing this off the cusp. How's it
Yeah,
going?
I'm here, and I'm in rare form today. Sorry.
Oh, where's the gold, silver, everything? Have you moved on?
You
You
know,
done?
I was gonna put Netflix up because Netflix is going, wild and crazy with the Warner Brothers. Silver definitely did a lot of silver research last night, looking at all of the different contracts, looking to see that they are not really rolling contracts forward. There's a lot of calling going on. So there's stress being set up in the futures market where they're calling it and then they're dumping them into the March contract, and that's not rolling forward. So they're calling them, selling in March, creating this giant bubble. So probably between now and June, we're going to see just sort of a maybe breakdown of silver versus physical, and
Mm.
really setting up for what is that going to do, because who are these people that are shorting silver, and that's really the banks that are shorting those contracts. So this could get wild and crazy with the banks, the global financials, the silver, the tariffs that Trump is imposing on the 1st of January, 10%, and then upping that up to potentially 25% for sending it over the pond. We've got Greenland going. And I think Greenland's all about security because all of the flights go where? Over Greenland.
Well,
So I think it's more of a
so
security thing than precious metals. So.
what I'm gonna quote, and I've always said security, so I agree with you there. I'm gonna quote just this random YouTube video I saw. The guy sounded smart, so just if I don't, if the source is potentially BS, I'll always tell you guys. But what he talked about is he showed basically pictures of Greenland before we had some meltage going on in the ice caps, and unfortunately, sorry if anyone is from Greenland here, nobody cared then because it wasn't a big deal. And then he showed after, and now there are direct boat routes that you can take from China and from Russia over Greenland and then back down. And their guess is that's the big change. That's why all of a sudden now everyone is super into and super excited about Greenland because yeah, you can now get a boat directly from kind of northern Russia or northern China up around the top and into, because before it was right, you either went under all of Africa or you went around the other side, and that made defense of America real simple because if you're going to send something from China all the way around and then down under, or through the Strait of Hormuz or whatever, or under Africa. It's like you had tons and tons of notice that, yeah, there's this giant, these boats are coming. But now that they can go right up through Greenland, if the U.S. doesn't have any presence there at all, they could be like right in on New York's front door before anyone kind of knows what's happening. And then it's also all of America, I guess, is set up to protect the West Coast and not so much the East Coast, because on the East Coast you have us, and then you have Europe and all of this. So yeah, that's a lot of the speculation is that now you can get directly there. That it makes way more sense that everybody is super interested in Greenland because it's like, okay, well, it's you're my blind spot, right? The people that are hostile to me can come at me unless I have some amount. That's why I think there's a lot of people that are gonna they're gonna if he's gonna taco out of this, which he does of most things, the easiest way to do that is to say, okay, we are going. Greenland's going to allow the U.S. to put military bases in Greenland and northern Greenland and occupy some of that territory and build radar towers and all this kind of stuff and go, okay, now Now we can just say, "Okay, we got what we wanted, which was security, and then we'll move on." Which we were saying the same thing. I remember we were sitting here and saying here with tariffs, we were saying the exact same thing. We were saying, okay, he's going to find a way out that's going to satisfy his base, and then he's going to move on. And that's basically what happened, right? Is we didn't have the 50% tariffs on the Penguin Islands and things like that that we were thinking. So it was, how can you kind of get out and everyone will be happy? So yeah, I'm with you there that I think it's always just been about, we have to put some protections there so that everyone can sleep well at night. And if we can grab some rare earths while we're there, why not? You know?
For sure, for sure. And I think that they've put it as the rare earth minerals, but it's going to come down to security. It's coming down to protection. And is this also in relation to that bigger looming threat of Iran as well? That well, we are in competition right now because he's speaking at Davos. So we'll see.
I
We'll
know.
see. I'm looking a little dark here. We'll see what happens later in the day. But I think
Yeah, well, let's just
like we could see
pop
some
in.
fireworks and we could see a really exciting week. I know we've got Dorothy that's looking for some AMD long levels. Dorothy, I don't know if you're looking for a swing or a day trade, but I'm looking to see that above 236 is looking as a good potential long entry, in my opinion. And we've got James saying, can we look at one small cap long each day? Hey, welcome
Ooh,
there, Mitch. Great day.
I like that mention. I like that mention. Somebody said I want return. Well,
For sure.
I have a small cap scanner at least, so that might help us at least.
For
This is
sure.
actually a scanner that I actually
You
coded
seen
with
this?
ChatGPT. So, um,
Oh,
I'm
Chachi, did you
liking
use?
ONDS today too. ONDS is not a small cap so much, but
Oh,
they are at a nice bull flag there, and it's a 5.3 billion for the market cap, and up above 1388. I think we could see this one rip up to that 15 level.
this
just look.
there's a bunch of them. You got one right here.
Well, yeah, look at this PAVM from what,
Hmm.
$6 to
Have
18 or something
Ed,
in
and
a straight line.
yeah, this just started going right now at like just a little while ago. So it's been going for about an hour and a
Yeah,
half.
just
What
going
a
through.
ride up! Um,
And again, no, I do some stuff with stock twits for podcasts and things, but it's a if you want simple
here,
and free, right?
here's a
I
good
just always
setup
say,
one.
yeah, go ahead.
Um, go ahead. Show them nice
Well, I was just
resource
gonna
here.
say, right? They've got,
Resources are
if you,
important.
yeah, you go to stock twits, it's free. We have a scanner obviously built in, but what I like about this is this is just the top 10 talked about things today, because it just makes sure you're going to have both gaps and volume. Because sometimes something will say it's gapping like 10%, and the thing's done like one print, and who cares, right? It's not a real gap. It's just that the spread's really wide. So I go through this every morning and just show me the top 10 things, and there's a little write up about why. So I think this is just a really good and easy way to go. Okay, like why is Kraft Heinz down 8%, and then you can just go Berkshire Hathaway selling, and it's just everything's just kind of written here nice and cleanly for you. So again, if you're looking for simple and free, there's nothing else that you can. And then if you just click on the little play button here, you can go through tons. I think it gives you like the top 100 or something like that
ONDS is breaking
gappers.
out right now.
But yeah, that's just a free simple resource I like to use to kind of help out with that.
Yeah, I can't blame you. There's a couple other ones. Box L's another one that I'd give you just to set up right quick. That one's a nice one to look at today. Watch to see if that
Box,
one goes higher. Uh, Box
box
L,
light.
Boxlight
Oh yeah,
Corporation.
kind of
Mm-hmm.
Nice little
big.
setup, right? Like
Yeah, it's
this.
just base and well, you got your your $2 level, right? They found support at $2 here and here,
Yep.
and it was resistance earlier. So I like, if I was, you took all my fun stuff away and I just had to trade manually, it's probably what I'd do with stuff like this. I'd pick two or three names like this that have obviously
Really
news,
clean chart, right?
clear levels, right? And it's saying, okay, if we pull back into two, I'm long. If we spend too much time under two, I'm out. And then just scalp off that $2 level for for ages, right? You know,
Yeah.
it jumps to 250, you sell a chunk, you hold on in case it really goes. Clean levels, and you know, the PAV-M that I brought, that would be a no clean level play, right? I
You,
don't really see anything unless it comes back into like this zone. It's like, what are you going to do? It's going to drop from 19 to 13, and you're going to buy it there. That seems like a harder trade to me.
yeah, it is definitely a harder trade. We'll see
We
what
got
happens with this.
MLEC as well too.
What was that one?
Sorry. Mike Lima Echo Charlie.
Yeah, nice setup.
Mulek Sciences. It's all about the Mulek.
Yeah, that looks like a classic undercut and rally for me. I'd look for red to green on that one. Like my eyes immediately tell me that. Like so
It's
this is
bouncing
all
off
about
of my
walking.
bouncing off my 33 EMA and a break above 647. The big money level could easily run it up to 750, then 9,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah, this is one to look for. That look that literally Jane's describing right out the gates. A quick red candle, and then immediately followed by a monster green candle. So, what you want to also look for is bigger orders come right out the gates. Look for those bigger orders. That's what I always look at on these, and then you want to be using things like Bookmap and liquidity
Ooh, we're
levels
going.
because that's going to really help you. SPY starting to get going there. There you
So
go.
yeah, we've got
The Trump
just
man
FYI.
talking. Trump is
Yeah,
talking.
he's
Let's
up.
go.
I'm reading. So we've got pending home sales in a bit. That's not going to be huge, but it's something. But yeah, it's all about. I'm just reading this speech, right? U.S. buying Greenland, right? The U.S. Greenland, blah blah blah. He said, without us in World War II, you'd be speaking German or a little bit Japanese, perhaps. Like, just it just seems like a rant to end. He just every time he talks, just reminds me of like my grandfather when he was around. Just these like unwieldy rants, just going in tons of directions. But yeah, just more of the Greenland talk, right? So where's I saw it was up a little bit this morning. Where's Pele? Because I'm either sending, it's just not really doing anything. So to say, I'm either sending Steve something nice, or I'm really coming to his house after this one. Oh, you missed that, Jane.
I got out of that one. I got out of that
Was
one.
this your run yesterday, your low cap runner?
Well, this was Steve brought this to us, so I'm in from I think it's like around here, around $11 or something.
1106.
But this is this is a SPAC that is a Greenland precious minerals exploration company. And the beauty of SPACs, as I'm sure you know, but for the audience, right, they have a $10 floor until they de-SPAC, and then it's all bets are off. You can fill your boots, but it hasn't quite the vote hasn't happened to make it. It's that they're sure they're going to do this. So until then, again, you have a $10 floor, but yeah, if that happens, then you have this Greenland exploration company, which is in all the talk. So I put some in. I'll probably just stop in there like 1050 or something. Just give it a little bit of a, hey, it's in the news. If they do something that ends up being cool, it's great. And I know I've got a pretty hard floor right at $10, right? So I'm long at like 11. My stop's at 10. If it goes, maybe 20, it would be awesome.
high tight flag or wedge pattern. You can call it an ascending triangle here. Tight Intel looking like it wants to break with this Q move. Could be a good trade here on a day trade. I would love for this to come back to the 50 spot there. So Intel on a 50 trade today would be a beautiful look. We'll see if we get it.
Yeah, I see Intel, NVIDIA, Tesla, ONDS, and Pinduoduo are on my up gapping and down gapping. Netflix, Microsoft, Apple, Heinzcraft, and Hood.
This is looking interesting. I'm loving the action that I'm seeing today in ARM. We're talking definitely monthly lows. This has monthly and institutions written all over it. Love candles like this where the daily will look horrible, but the monthly and weekly looks like, okay, let me just load up at this level. Good risk to return off of the 100 level on ARM.
Yeah.
Michael, we got to go back to that almanac. Yesterday it said buy the close. Look at that. We are up. It is on point again.
Do you have it?
Said bullish open.
You can get the digital version too if you guys just want to get the digital. I know some people like
It's
the
just
actual one.
interesting that we happened to look at it yesterday, and I also see that for my charting that I had a upward channel, and both the SPY and the Qs hit my trend line and bounced, which is just I love it when that happens. Confirmation, right?
Yeah, yeah, for those again who missed it, yesterday was the day after Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and the almanac just says. And again, I know he's never going to change the name because his dad made this and he started it in the 60s and whatever, but it's a seasonality thing, right? The guy's just looking at, okay, around historic events, is there any statistical significance? And you'll see most of these pages are blank because he's not going to throw like magic numbers at you, right? So he just knows the day after Martin Luther King Day was down out of 7 out of the last 10. So now we can make that, 8 out of the last 11? Things were down yesterday. And then today he puts a little bull icon. And if you read the beginning, he says, a bull on calendar pages significance, favorable trading days based on the S&P 500 rising 60% or more of the time on a particular trading day for a 21-year period. So 60% or more of the time today, which makes sense because if we have a real bad day right after Martin Luther King Day, then quite often you get a short covering or relief rally after that. And then there's really nothing until the end of the month where we have to start again. We'll do this at the end of the month. We got to start talking about the January barometer, right? Or the saying being, so goes January, goes the year. Right? The idea is that January is a very important month. Again, not because of some sort of mystical thing. It's just this is where hedge funds get positions. They have to start buying the sectors that they want to buy in. So if people aren't aggressively buying January, then it means that they might actually be buying other assets, which kind of we're seeing, right? We're seeing in silver, we're seeing in gold, we're seeing big money start to flow into these other areas. And if you take a look at the S&P 500 for this month, it's not looking great. Could we turn it around in the next week? Yeah, but so far it's a down month, and there's
I
still
got
like
something for us, a little chart here of
cool.
the seasonal pattern, right, from the almanac
Yeah.
here. So there it is, guys. This is what would be in your almanac, and you'd be looking at this, right? The trading days of the month. Do you see them here at the bottom, right? And one of the things that it says here is, of course, choppy upside after mid-January weakness. And I think we just saw maybe that weakness come into play. Are we now playing into strength? And I think one of the things that a lot of people forget is that when there's weakness in the early part of the year, I think that's easy ways for big money, because we care about big money, to do what? Do what Jane always says, right? Position. So I think this is clear positioning, guys. I don't think this has anything to do with real scaredness. And like Mike would say here, buy World War III. So what the hell are we waiting for, guys? I was up last night thinking like, hey, what is this really? Is this like really a downfall? Are we in for some real tough waters? I think you definitely watch the big boys. But one thing that I've been saying this part of the year at the beginning that I think is very important is catch the industrial trade. What are you hearing from Trump? Trump's calling it the Trump
Sorry to
economics.
interrupt real quick, but Trump at Davos just says stock market dip is peanuts. The stock market will double from here. Remember the last time he tweeted
There
out,
you go.
it's a good time to buy stocks, right?
TLT looks
Remember
good
that.
right now off of that mention. I like the TLT off of that mention. What do you guys think about a trade like that? TLT to the upside today. What do you guys think?
We said it yesterday. It's
Be the
not
bottom.
Trump doesn't taco on stocks. He doesn't care if Nike goes bankrupt, right? He couldn't care less. But if bond yields get too high, things get really dicey in America because you've got so much debt. And if the debt rate gets too high, it gets very expensive to service that debt. So if there is going to be any come down or negotiation or talk or something about the idea is about Greenland, which is kind of what everyone's all up in arms about now, it will come if rates get too high. So yeah, if you start bonds makes perfect sense to me as a place to look at.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now, guys. I'm trying to get in a position on a swing here on the TLT. I wouldn't mind taking like a 50 share position and then risking down towards
there's
the low.
TM, is it TMX, TNX? There is a leverage TLT.
Let's go.
well,
TLT stock analysis.
TMF, I think it is. Yeah, TMF. So
see
TMF
how
is
that one's trading here.
it's $36 and it's 3x leverage the
Let's try to
TLT
get that.
and pretty
Try to get
liquid.
that. Let's try to get that. I'm trying to work on that right now.
I
You guys-
saw prints on that. Hold up. Let me give you some idea.
All right, trying to grab a little bit there right now. Let's
Let me
just
see.
get
From
a
the
starter in
first
here.
or
We're
second.
gonna work this position, guys. I already took a little bit there. Now I'll look for a dip back towards 36 as kind of being more of that average in area. That's support, right? 36 here. 36.10 is the support. So I'm looking for any dip to get in and add here.
I'm gonna do
I'm
another.
showing on the daily big money is over on at 38.06 and on the intraday 36.17, Mitch. So you were right there. Watch that 36.17. That's what I'm seeing for them.
Exactly. That's that
Right.
classic undercut. So position in right now for me, 50 shares. Look for maybe an add at 36, 50 shares. That would be top 100 share order. I'd be at 30, 36.30s, right? You just can easy calculate that, right? And so maybe 34s. And then I'll risk off of 36. We'll see what happens here. Let's go.
Yeah, Mitch, I think you're still showing the.
Oh, I'm
Yeah, you're still showing the
hold on.
chart.
Here, I got you. Let me take this one off.
So just FYI, and again, I'm probably going to be
Sorry, I'm too
interrupting a lot
excited
till
on the
this,
trade.
till Grandpa stops speaking here. But he said, "I'm not going to allow buybacks anymore from defense companies." So, I think your Lockheed Martin,
RTX
your
might take the hit.
Raytheons.
Yeah, it might
And
Michael,
take
did
the
you
hit.
ever look into or did you hear of the ISO 20022?
No, I don't think I did some ISO work when I was in the crypto space, but that's probably ages ago.
Yeah, so ISO 20022 was talking about this whole digital movement. And the plan was to have the whole global financial system digital in 22. Well, that didn't work. And then it pushed to 23 and 24 and 25. And now we're at 26. And they're still saying we're going to go fully digital. However, I go back to when Trump was inaugurated and they released the Trump coin and it killed Solana, that there's not the computing power or the energy available to digitize the entire world system. And there's 30% of people that are unbanked. So that could end up with a disaster if they try to push everyone digital.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Well, it's like that's one of those cross those bridge when you come to it, right? I haven't heard. As you've been saying, they've been failing for 4 years now, and it's the people that are voting are going to be the people that are going to try to do that too. So eventually, I could see things becoming digital. I just don't. I agree. I don't think we're there yet. There's too many unbanked people, but I just don't know what the play would be there, right? But with the buybacks, they don't seem to be like I'm looking at ITB here. It doesn't seem to be reacting. I don't know if maybe that's something that he said before, but I don't know why. Like people who say buybacks are bad. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. It's just people will in the same breath say I'm anti-buyback and pro-dividend. It's like, well, it's the net. It's the same thing, except you're paying less taxes with a buyback. Like Apple, for example, who's just been buying back their stock like crazy forever. They could just pay that out as a dividend, and you're just going to get taxed up the wazoo for it. So I don't get that. And again, for those who don't know, buyback is just when a company decides to buy back its own stock, and that's going to lift the price of its own stock, which is fine. Like I don't see
Reducing the supply, increasing the price.
Right. And again, if you have excess money or excess earnings and you're planning on returning that to shareholders, you either buy back your stock and you pay or you pay a dividend. If you own Apple and they're buying back their stock, well, that doesn't tax me at all unless I'm going to sell. And when I sell, and if I sell to generate some income, the tax burden is way lower. If Apple pays me a dividend instead of buying back their stock, I don't have a say in the matter. They're like forcing me to pay taxes whenever they pay a dividend, and I get taxed higher than if I sell stock. So again,
Mhm.
I've never gotten the anti-buyback crowd. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. It's like, well, I kind of get, I guess I get it if it's a government because you're trying to increase how much people have to pay you in taxes. I guess that's the only winner in buybacks versus dividends, right? But tax asking is Donnie still speaking. Hasn't been a tweet in a couple seconds from. Oh no! So President Trump mocks French president for wearing sunglasses. So
Oh yeah,
he's
it was all about
still
like,
up.
why are you
Macron.
wearing sunglasses? Oh, my eyes.
Macron.
To me, it goes
Oh
back.
nice.
I don't know.
So
I'm a big skeptic after living in DC and growing up there about all the all the behind the scenes stuff going
Oh,
on
this is gonna be a
and the
fun day,
agenda
guys.
that
There was
happens there.
someone out there that was like, there was like, it's gonna be the greatest day in stock market history. Could this guy have been right? Could today be that day? Who knows? Who knows?
Potentially. I
Who
still
knows?
see
And
all
I'll
that
tell
big
you one
money
thing.
selling. So I just want to let you know I do the inverse indicators, right? We talked about it yesterday. Right now, I'm seeing that everything is showing red except for the Russell. The Russell still has green buying as of the 1st of January, and the ETF is still showing a green move. Everything else is still showing redness to me. So, in my opinion, this drawdown is not necessarily done until it flips.
well, and that reminds me, I got to reach
I'm
out to my buddy
I'm
Jeff Hirsch.
starting to.
I owe him a beer for because we've been saying this, me and Mitch, for since early December. See, it's small caps turn, and it's been 100% true. And I've made a bunch from it, so I gotta reach out Jeff Hirsch, see what he likes. Well, is he a whiskey guy or rum guy or what is it? Because I owe
Yeah.
him a bit.
I mean, we talked about that first break at that 230 spot. It's 264. It's been a nice
Yeah.
run there in the IWM, and and it wasn't only that one that we called out, right? We also called the biotechs also with that break,
Hmm.
right? And I think that was a well played move. So those are the ones that you can ride a little bit more. Those index funds, those ETFs, you can ride in them a lot longer than a specific
Hmm.
stock name, right? And that's the key there of going for something like that, right?
I
Uh,
will say my line in the sand is 261.29. So it's not that much above it. But since January, that is where they have their position. And it's a great sample size of the market, right? We're looking at 2,000 stocks. So we have a great sample size of what's holding on in this arena. It's not just the big seven.
Well, yeah, and that's this chart I'm going to bring up here because I like doing, again, CMT brained, doing the ratio charts, right? So if you do IWM versus SPY, right, this is just small caps versus large caps is the easiest way to look at it. And you can see most of the time, not good, right? Most of the time, S&P 500, especially with, since 2021 here, has been smoked. But recently, if you just go, say, I don't know, year to date, it's just been a straight line up. This you want to own these small caps, and then to Jane's point, right? I always like the MAGS versus RSP, and this is basically just saying what the Mag 7 versus all the other large caps, and you can see from the beginning of the year it's just been falling apart. So most of these large cap stocks are the mega cap, the big guys, the AI players have just been getting smoked relative to just everybody else out there. So you've been way better off investing anywhere else except AI for the entire year. Does that change soon? Who knows? But we're open
There we
anyway.
go. We got the open. Also, a heads up on the silver futures with the silver, since I did take it off my background. Watching between the pivot levels of below 93 or above 96. Right now, we're just trading sideways in silver. So, not really a big move one way or the other, leading me to positioning thought.
all right, guys, we'll watch the big boys out the gates. If there's anything that I expect a bigger drive, it will be to see what leads the market. So today, I think it's all about finding the strength and looking for it. Energy, starting the action out the gates here. That's what's leading, and it's a lot on a couple of names here. Let's look at the sectors, EMP, so that you're talking more of your kind of your bigger names, your ConocoPhillips looks good there off the 97. CNQ, Canadian Natural, looks good, man. The CNQ, Canadian stock. Come on, Michael, put it in that retirement. What's up? It's at
Gold,
35.16. It looks actually interesting. What do you think about that
gold,
chart?
silver.
Oh,
This
and
has been
ES
a
performing beautifully off of the open too. Nice
CNQ
theme.
looks great
Oh,
off the monthly, man, off that 30
yeah.
spot.
This has
The
been
monthly
just
looks pretty.
a staple. They pay a fat dividend, so that's
Yeah,
why the stock hasn't moved very much. But this is very much
I could
a
buy this.
gold silver kind of play on this guy.
All right, let's
But
take some right here.
interesting, they're going higher. We have silver higher. We have gold way higher. So gold really outperforming
All right,
there.
buying some there, guys. I'm gonna look for a dip to add some back at like 34.20s or something like that. But I just took some of that one, man. It just looked, the chart looks too good. This is one that I can maybe hold on for a long time if energy is gonna go in a big time up break. So really like the chart. This thing can get to 37 in a hurry. Sometimes when I see charts, I don't try to overthink it, right? Like if my brain just instantly tells me this is beautiful, just take the trade. Just know the risk.
and that comes with the just the brain analysis that it's always going to beat a supercomputer because of the
Ooh.
processing speed of our brains and so much that we take in at once.
BE's been on a rocket ride back up, and that tells me more and more. Just keep watching those energy names. FLNC is one of those names that could rocket just as much, get back to all-time highs. Who knows? Maybe this thing's $40 this year. FLNC, another name, and keep an eye out.
Good morning. Good morning.
Who
Great day.
What up,
it is?
dude?
What's up,
Hey.
dude?
Oh, with the
How's it going,
radio
guys?
voice coming in here.
Oh, Boxell starting to make a nice jump off the 220s. I talked about how that was a nice little setup. It's back into the 250 spot. We can take a little trade on this one here. See if we get a little trade here. Let's see if we get a nice little pullback to 240s here. But Boxell looking interesting today. Did that have earnings? I don't know. Why? I don't know why I sometimes get a little block out. They don't want me to trade Boxell, so I'm leaving it alone. Elf doing good for me on the swing trade, guys. I have that name. Still holding on to that thing. At some point, I expect the tariffs mention, but who knows when the hell we get that.
Now Trump's out there, I guess, dumping on Powell.
Nice.
So announcing
tell
a
you
new
one
Fed
thing,
chair,
it's
not
green
to
lights out
distribution. The Fed
To
chair
start
will
the
be
day.
a he. I don't think there was any women in the running. Powell very late on interest rates, blah, blah, blah. EU delays vote ratifying trade with agreement with US. So market doesn't really care about any of this, right? It's up and it's just kind of chilling out. Pre-market highs right where we're hanging out. So I think that's the area to watch. That's like a 680. 680 has been an important zone for ages here on the SPY. If we can hold that, great. If we back off from that, that's where things might get a little problematic. What are you watching, Steve?
I'm watching that 680, brother. That's really all that's on my mind. I'm seeing the test right now. We have the monthly open just under us here at 680, 678.80. So that's kind of my little band of resistance, which we're trying to crest over here pre-market. To me, kind of looks weak. I think maybe we have room to the upside, maybe 682 here before. I don't think the sell is over to be completely honest here. So that's kind of where my head's at. I'm looking to maybe scalp short a little bit if we lose the 678.80, but that's kind of
Big
I'm
push
not
there,
too bullish here.
COP and energy names. I'm looking to
Yeah, I see
get
them
back.
selling on the SPY. Yeah, 679.83
Okay.
right there.
What
Pivot as well, so we could see.
what I am seeing is really strong moves in uranium names across the board. I think you guys mentioned BE as well. FLNC, another in a kind of similar space, doing real well. So keep an eye there. Also, FRMI. I'm not sure what the heck they do, but it's starting to look like it may be a long-term bottom there. I'll get my charts up in a sec.
Big resistance
USAR.
on the SPY. Big resistance on the SPY using yesterday's action and the overnight action. The 680 area, guys. Watch out. 680s. Let's hold that. Cleveland Cliff alert above 1450s. You guys know I had this thing yesterday at 14. You guys can yell at me because I cut this position yesterday, so I can get that whoosh, 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 cut it for no reason, and I am. That's what happens when you cut it. That's what happens. Big breakout, Cleveland Cliff looking good.
It's the way she goes there.
MT is another one that I was thinking about playing today off of, but that thing's just a rocket ride. It's pushing strong right now. Overall, chemicals up 3.7 out the gates. Agricultural inputs, copper doing well today. SCCO is your name there to kind of keep an eye out. That thing's been on a rocket ride. I remember when I called SCCO's breakout at, you know where? $45, man. This thing's now 188. This is why sometimes you can pay attention to Money Mitch, and when Money Mitch stops trading that area, you guys just keep watching that area and cash. Like, let's say SQM, perfect example. I'm not trading it, but look at it. It's now 82 almost 85 from 35.
One on that sort of undercut and rally as well, Twilio. I remember I saw Twilio at $18. I was like, I need to get in on that one.
Yeah, that's a nice base. Nice basing pattern there. Microsoft going down. How do the big boys looking like out there? Not as good looking as the other stocks. Oracle getting the smack. They don't like software at all right now. They're smack.
We got NVIDIA up, Apple up, Tesla up, but Netflix, Meta, Broadcom, Amazon, Microsoft all red on the day so far.
CNQ ripping there, guys. The oil names pushing strong.
Yeah, we're seeing, well, it's interesting. We're seeing all green sectors, but energy is leading. So I wonder if we get green to red in a lot of these risk-on sectors.
It's not only leading, it's more than double any other sector today. So I think this is a real breakout in energy, man. The markets can go up with energy going up, man. I don't get too attached to that correlation, Steve. If we're going for this big energy wave, you got to get that, especially that correlation is boomer talk, man. Get that out.
All right, here's my thoughts there on that. I would love to see an everything rally. I just wonder if we need to take the air out of tech just a little bit more first, and we can give that space to energy. We can give that space to healthcare. How about that? Or XLB? I don't know. I'm seeing in other sectors.
XLI, I like. I think this is the year of the Trump industrial rally. If there's anything that I talked about what Trump wanted to do last year, it was start an industrial rally. That's what he's focused on. Trump economics. Trump economics is all about what? Bringing manufacturing to the United States, right? So this is the new kind of thing, right? It's focused on the industrial space to help the tech space go higher, right? You need the infrastructure. You need growth. So XLI, I think, is one of the best bets for the year. And I'm going to keep pounding the table until someone out there tells me stop.
It won't be me, because that looks like an amazing breakout chart to me. Long term.
Look. I like. That's why I like names like Honeywell that are not sexy at all. But dude, now the monthly chart looks like straight. Like it hasn't had this type of candle since like 23, and it looks really strong. Honeywell can't be stopped.
Do you remember Boeing when it was just trading sideways for like 2-3 years?
Oh, that's
kind of what it looks like to me. Just a launch pad.
It really looks good. Even Boeing will do good. I hate Boeing. I hate Boeing.
I think this is probably a short entry with those wicks up over 680. But hey, I'd like to be wrong.
I think the banks might be a dip buy worth mentioning. Those are doing strong today, and everyone's hating it. Everyone's running away from it. Well, you know how those trades are sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Often, right? Often. Right? You guys know me. I'm a bit of a contrarian.
Best of breed, JPM, right?
JP Morgan's the best of the best when it comes to
rocket alert on the pullback.
They do. Now, full disclosure, I've got a bunch of JP Morgan. We talked about this around 310 or so. I'm just using like a hard stop at like 295. Any close below this support, I'll go. But just accumulating these on the way down because they've just been so strong. A little bit of a rest. Never hurt anyone. A couple trades on the board from the bots. We have AKN. I don't know what happened here, but it put in 3 times the amount of risk, so I got to track that down. So I'm watching this one super closely. QNCX. This was another one that I've, from the hangover, huge pop up, good trade yesterday, and this one's going as well. And then CMTX, another one there as well. So just a couple of these on the board. Nothing stopped out yet. Down like $50, but again, it's all.
Yeah. Another thing that tells me
break-even for now.
breakout in the banks, regionals breaking out. So that'll help you also, right? So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I chickened out of my DPST. Most of it. I think I've got like a tiny bit left.
Only thing red from the open is technology. What does that tell us? Stop looking at tech. You frickin' tech mugles out there. It's
Well,
not
that's what we were
about
showing
tech
this
right
morning
now.
with that MAGS versus RSP chart, right? That's
the
my favorite
XLE.
chart right now.
Look at that XLE, man. That thing is pushing.
I like SPY all the way down to 675.50. That would be my target. And they're selling up there 679.71. Still pretty heavy selling.
Looking at the gush.
Yeah, we are twinning. That's my level 2. It's a good thing. I like when we have the confluence across the panel a little bit.
Right.
Maybe one
Especially
dissenter
when it comes,
spicy.
the big thing is, I think, when it comes from different angles, right?
Yeah.
When, 2 people from completely different, if everyone, you show a clean support, you're going to show it to anyone who can look at charts and they're going to see a clean support. But like when, it's an AV WAP and then it's also someone else is looking at this and it's this and it's that should give a little bit of confidence because it's not groupthink, right? Everyone's coming at it from a different angle and it's focusing in here. So
Yeah, well said.
I know you guys like the penny names, so here's one to watch right now, guys. It's looking like it wants to break 2 here. It's PAPL. You're talking your Pineapple Finance here. So watch out there, guys. Pineapple Finance. Let's see what happens here. It's starting to get going. The volume's starting to get in. That's what tells you. So what do I look for? The fake out to the downside, right? Now give me a big wick towards 180. That's going to be where people are washing out right now, 190s. They just tried to buy the 2 break, right? You need to put pressure on them first. Always look for those big buyers, that big volume bar to show you what. Okay, well, now that the volume's gotten in, let's trap them psychology-wise, right? Well, you need to do some quick wicks and then look for recoveries above 2 to really be the breakout, right? So the traps are what? Quick moves to the upside, followed by washes to the downside, right? So it's kind of like I think a lot of times with penny stocks, traders need to not think so much in patterns, but think more in what? Psychology, right? The break of 180 gets buyers in. Now you want to wash it right back to them, put some pressure on them, right? So I'd be looking for breaks of 180 to try to jump in on the party, right? Because that also gives you a better risk to return off, let's say, the 160 area or the 170 area, right? Buying high day, that's for the gurus that already have loaded up shares down here. All right, let's keep it going. Let's have a fun day, guys. I'm managing ELF. I might take the money and run if they can't get back above the 91s. CNQ looking really good. Energy looking good. And I'm going to continue watching that TMF to watch where they load up because I feel like this is that day where you kind of watch that action that could really move. And there's the 2 break on PAPL. Let's see if we'll get the continuation there on Pineapple Finance. And let's go take a look at JPM for that mention. There's JPM on the pullback. Looks like an opportunity.
We do, right? Again,
I like
I haven't seen it.
Here, holding 14.
I just haven't seen anything from Trump in a while. So he might be done. I haven't seen anything from Walter Bloomberg in a while about Trump, so he might be done. And then again, we've got new home sales.
By JPM.
Oh no,
you guys see it, right? Like my button's blocked, right? I don't understand it. They don't like me.
Sometimes that happens to me, and it's like the linking of accounts is all messed up.
Can you refresh?
That little green
I'll
man in the corner.
Like my mom, just reboot.
Yeah, it's that little green man, probably.
80 years old. There's an issue. Mom, try rebooting.
Mom, mom,
Yeah,
How do I do
still
that?
ranting about interest
Schwab
rates
going
there.
higher.
So you can, that's the yell right now. Is just all about interest rates. And yeah, got a couple more trades on. I can go pop over here while Mitch is fixing.
Yeah,
But yeah,
fixing my life.
CRVS also
Oh, nice.
shorted, and BOXL, which I know we were talking about to the long side, but that did the pop through and then selling again down around $60. But we're short a lot of things, and this is again the
Yeah.
point of the bot is that we want to take many small bets over and over and over again.
Both of those look good to me. I might actually join you on the CRVS if I can pick my
Yes,
spot there.
this one's from two current running strategies. One is trying to copy Kevin's hangover, and then the other one, which isn't this one, but this one is looking for things that break through the pre-market high and then fail, and just opening range breaks for everyone. Right? I was trying to get too cute on the entries, and this is a simpler way to do it, right? Just we know the opening range break works. It has to work, not all the time, but it just has to. It's kind of like how trend following has to work. If your stock's going to go to 15, it's a 10. At some point, it has to get through 11 and 12 and 13. It's why trend following will always work. It just again has to. In what respects? In what, where the devil in the details and all of that. But we know that opening range break trading has to work as long as your stock selection is correct, right? So that's why we're trying to use this undercut and rally. And like I talked about, I'm waiting for. I can show you guys. I have back tests that I went through 5 years of 1 minute candle data for this particular strategy of things that are up, like say 3% on the day. They break through the opening range high and then they crash down. You short them, stop the high of the day, close at the end of the day. You're right half the time, but because you have a tight stop and you have an open-ended exit, then every now and then you just get something that just dumps all day long. Like what was it
Sorry to
yesterday?
interrupt.
CEEG? No,
You
go
see
ahead.
this move though? Just so you know, guys, we're breaking pre-market, and oscillators have flipped bullish on the hourly for me here. Just so you know, guys, I think that
Nice.
we might be turning the corner here. Sorry to cut you off. That was
No,
listening
no.
to Rapture, and I looked over like, oh my
Market
And what's your long
stuff's
target?
always working.
Long target 682 is the pivot for me, and that's why I'm not really quite ready to just slam anything long. I'm
Okay.
also waiting for the next 10-minute flip as well. I really like waiting for that first half an hour usually. So if we can get through 682, I think we do have room to, let me double check, 684.50 to 685.70 is the kind of zone I'm looking at.
Got it.
Potential up to
684.78 would be my next one if it can break the 682.09 area.
Love it. Love it.
All right, guys. I'm in PAPL. What did I talk about? Cuts down towards the 180s. I wanted to jump in. I'm in on the party. Let's have some fun. Let's trade a small one and let's do some swings. I'm doing both. Let's do it. I have also 75 shares of JPM. I'll take a shot on that. Let's take a shot. Let's do it.
And I'm still watching the silver futures here. It's testing the pivot right at 93.98.5. If that breaks, I will likely exit my swings until I have confidence that it's going to move to the upside officially. But that's a big position that they've been taking this morning and overnight. So really watching the silver futures for my silver stock trade.
Jane, you know what's really interesting that I'm seeing? It's
Yep.
the gold silver ratio chart that is starting to
Yes.
flip. You're watching that too, yeah. So I that looks like it's a capitulation, not capitulation. I mean,
Side A
maybe like
takeoff.
exhaustion to the downside for the gold silver ratio chart based on volume of yesterday. So
Yep.
I would not be surprised to see what we're seeing, which is silver actually red for a day while gold can get some space there. So I like that a lot. Very interesting dynamic there.
I also have the big money position on ZSL, which is pretty much keeping me in the trade because
Okay.
their big money position is at 293. So once I really see that go above, I'm going to have bigger confidence that they have heavily shorted and they're ready to rock that to the upside and drop silver. For now, it's still in a bullish. So I will always use the inverse indicators as a backup to, they can manipulate the candles on the stocks and the futures based off of a wick. Hey, let's trade together and create a wick that might scare people to sell to them when they really are going bullish overall.
Oh, I love that. That's a big thing in my trading, like identifying like false patterns that are used to kind of lure in that liquidity. So absolutely. And Jane, are you a proponent of the large prints in levered ETFs kind of thing, where those often mark tops or bottoms? Yeah.
Yes, for
Okay.
sure.
Awesome. I love
Yeah,
it.
and I saw a massive print on the 6th of January, which was a really big, hey, we're going to have repositioning of silver. So they shorted heavily. They bought ZSL, and then, oops, they got royally, and the banks like TD hit margin calls, and we're starting to see that a lot of those banks are getting their calls on these short positions, and that's just fueling the short squeeze of silver. I got silver hands.
I love it.
The
I love it.
Trump's done
It's
talking. I just got
Oh,
confirmation there.
done.
So
All
if
right.
and it might be one of those, and I'm seeing the market break to new highs at the same time, and it's like we talk about with FOMC. Doesn't matter what the rates are. You and Jay Powell is going to go out there and he's going to say whatever he's going to say, and then as soon as he walks off stage, then the market picks a direction. It's the same with this. Like, okay, the big threat is over now. He didn't say anything about, like, I don't know, nuking England or something. So now we can maybe rip the market a little bit higher. The big sigh of relief, and that's kind of what we're seeing. We do have home sales, so ITB or Toll Brothers or something could be in play for people who want to play the news based off of that kind of stuff. There might be something going on, but that's it when it comes to what we care about today. There's no other numbers other than home sales that matter at all. And again, he's done talking. So unless he pulls out his phone and immediately starts tweeting about crazy stuff, we're probably all good here.
Michael, please stop tempting fate. You're scaring me over here. I'm like laughing at London getting nuked, and I'm like, I shouldn't even entertain that. So we are pushing up as well we're reclaiming the 50-day, and this was my signal for my Discord group in case I was, busy on stream or something and they didn't hear me ramble. And if we get the reclaim on an hourly candle, then I think we're really cooking. Lo and behold, we are 7 minutes away from that signal, so we'll see if it holds. We're trading into that pivot of mine, the falling hourly trigger at 681.58 right now.
Day trade washout on that Pineapple Finance. Got out of that one.
Oh, that's such a fun name. I want fun named trades to just work.
I was looking up. There's a really cool one. It's Wanton Financial, WTF. I was doing a recording about IPOs. What day did they actually IPO? April 1st. I want to say it was at 4:20.
It must be right.
They have a sense of humor.
Wall Street Bros, they do have maybe a little juvenile of a sense of humor, but they got a sense of humor. I will say.
What was Mitch call this? Trade by appointment.
Sell wall on Tesla never fails to make me laugh.
Trade by appointment only.
I see big money.
You got to tell them. You got to tell them, like,
looking at that, but the big money's up above at 579.
You got to call the company, be like, yo, dude, do you guys even have shares on the markets? Like, where are these things, dude? 'Cause it seems like nobody wants them.
Shorten this SEGG year as well. This one, I don't know if you saw this one yesterday, from $1.20 to $4, and then this, I don't know if this is an offering or something, like halts at $3, and then opens back down at $1.20. So just massive kind of round trip. End up bouncing a little bit, so the daily chart looks a little bit weird. But yeah, it's one of those charts that you'd look at and you say that's a bad tick, but no, that actually occurred. And of course, if you scroll back, this is one.
Oh, it's a lottery. Lottery.com, Michael.
I was gonna say, there's some poetic justice there, isn't there? That doubling and or 4xing and going back to zero,
losing it all.
This is a lottery trade.
Because what was the other one? There was a high roller or something the other day.
ROLR.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, short ERO.
109.
Tune is talking about as well.
Nice.
This
did hit the 161 exponential on the daily. Silver, for all the silver traders out there, futures bounced off of 93.58, the pivot. So right now, staying in.
Oh, we got a headline from Trump on CNBC. Won't use force on Greenland. All right, he said the thing. We should go up.
Are they agreeing to 100,000 each?
I'm not going to torment myself and subject myself to the details. Please don't make me.
Oh man, someone drops like 100 G's on my doorstep and says you're American now. I'm walking in here. You're gonna see me crack a Bud Light right on stream and just start shooting my gun into the air. It's done.
We'll have this
100 G's.
Stone Cold Steve Austin music in the background.
What do you
Like
guys
that.
think
Yeah,
about this one? I'm
crash through
short
yours, gun.
ITA here.
ITA, ITA.
Well, that's based
Why
off
are you
the
starting aerospace and defense? We were talking about aerospace and security and shipping of Greenland.
Well, I think it's the buyback news,
that
right?
came
That
out.
Trump's gonna cancel. They're not gonna do buybacks. They're not allowed to do buybacks anymore. So that could give that some problem. And
Yeah,
you're right.
so-
If he says he's not, that combined with I'm not going to use force on Greenland.
Aha, there you go.
Be.
Those two things.
There you
That's
go.
the last one that I jumped on. I said, okay, the first one is like the but we'll just find a way. We can do a dividend mention. We can do whatever to bring the stock back. But I'm not going to use force. Oh man, but what about all that spending, dude? But we want that spending. Well, there you go. That's how
What
you
I
can
will-
reverse traders to say, let's take some money and run in that defensive trade. And I'm going with the ETF. You should be proud of me, Michael.
What I will say is I see the angle if we lose today's low. If we lose today's low, that's a really nice volume shelf there that would just get puked, and we'd probably get a really nice move down to 230 to 227 in my book. So I think it's a good print.
You're talking about ITA. I was thinking SPY. I'm like, what?
I got my bear suit on today, Jane. Let's go.
That's
let's take
okay. I am full on bear as of last Thursday after seeing the big guys selling and saying, whoop. I see the patterns that they like to position the week before 3-day weekends. What does it say about what's the weekend in February, Michael? On the
Let's see.
holiday.
But just FYI, he's talking again.
Oh, come on.
Trump in
Right.
Davos fireside chat. So he's just right back to it. So what are we looking at? We're looking at
It's
February.
time to warm up by the fireside.
I feel like a news anchor just
With his
throwing
hot
that
air.
paper in the
Let's
air.
warm up with the hot air.
All right, looking to see if JPM can really start going here. I need it to start moving now. Let's go for a breakout. Let's go, Banks.
I'm
This
seeing,
one's
I'm seeing
very
a lot
thin,
of
ITA, huh?
lot of bull icons in February.
Oh,
Going
yeah,
on
ITA
here.
is
What do you
very-
want me to look at?
President's Day is the third Monday of February.
Third. What? So that's two. Day after President's Day, down 19 of the last 31, but up 8 of the last 13. So that doesn't seem like much.
Dude, you know what was a really bad call? My yesterday call of not taking the trade swing short of AVAV.
everything?
Man. Did you see it? No, but AVAV
Yeah.
is
Or the other way
especially-
around. It was bullish.
I called AVAV going down back to the 9 EMA, and it did exactly that. Like it opened at 370, it went down to 325, guys. It was an insane move. I mean, what was hard was like we were talking about the share count, like that. Like at the moment, I couldn't determine what was the right share size for me, so I went with the day trade. But really, it should have been, that swing, because I mean today it's going down and looking like it wants to break further. I could ride this down to maybe the 50 EMA with the remaining amount, right? So
Here's a question from chat.
banks starting
Can
to
a
go green.
25K account open multiple positions? Yeah, well, even with in theory, with the 5K account, you could open multiple positions, right? It's just
Are you ready? You ready?
know.
My swing position down here, my swing account here that has 4 positions. This is $10,000.
Mm-hmm. And
yeah,
that's that'll move a lot. It'll make a lot.
subdividing.
You'll be shocked how much you can make using just deploying a quarter of your buying power in these.
Oh
25
yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big.
Well,
position.
again, just run the math, right? So that's 2,500, say, per position. In a swing trade, making 10%, it's not unreasonable. It's $250, right? So yeah, so I just look at it. I'm not doing dollar sizing on mine. I just do risk per trade, and then I just let the thing trade as much as it wants to trade. So I'm risking $50 on every trade, and just letting it go. And what will happen is eventually it runs out of buying power. But yeah, I wouldn't think about it as the amount of buying power. Think of it more as the risk tolerance that you have, right? So with 25K account, you have $500 worth of risk a day and $1,000 until you pop the account. So if you're like, hey, I'm going to risk $200 a day, well then yeah, you could take a lot of positions for 20, 30, $40 risk. But yeah, 100%, right? You don't need a huge amount of money to split up your positions, right? So think about it, if I'm taking $2,000 per position here, I can over 10 positions, right? 12 positions before I run out of buying power. So yeah, you could do it with any number. So like Mitch is saying, I think that's a perfect example. He's got 10 Cray account. He's got 4 trades. I'm sure it's not equally like this, but he's got about $2,500 per position, and it's great, right? So, and I would say it's so key. I'd say so many people get into problems where they see, okay, I've got $25,000 worth of buying power. I'm going to put 25K in one position. And then you're risking like $1,000, $2,000, and you're just going to get popped out real quick. So that's why every time you see, regardless of what system I'm running, it's about many, many, many positions, because A, it's just diversification of risk, and B, it helps me not care about any of these positions, because I look at it and it's, I'm not attached to any of these because each one's $50. Like it's $50 here, $50 there, right?
I added position exposure so you guys could see that right there. So you could see there, the biggest position is that ITA, right? It's still a little bit above where I want to do, which is the 2,000 mark right there. But you can see there, right? So putting trades to work, putting the separation in between there. But look at that JPM trade. That's looking good, man. Banks.
Love that chart. Love it. It's just got to breach the resistance.
Yeah.
So you guys mind if I take over the chart for just 1 second here to show you something?
Take it, my friend. Take it.
By ripping here.
I'm
I
gonna
know this isn't
call it a day. Have a great one. Trade smart.
Yeah.
Bye.
So I know this isn't our beautiful Trader Evolution software, but I just needed the price history to show you guys the size of this pattern that's just breaking out today on RPID. These guys are biotech adjacent. They essentially, what they do is they're going to be they want to basically tackle the it's some kind of quality control on like a molecular level for pharmaceutical companies. I'm very, very bullish on this technical setup though, because we got the 1, 2, 3, and the 4 pushes out of this range, which is essentially the handle on a 4-year cup pattern here. Also, there's the confluence that this is a Citrini pick as well, if anyone's familiar with him. Very, very smart fella, research analyst on Twitter as well as his own service. Anyways, I've been in this one since $4, but I just want to let you guys know that it is looking like it's in breakout mode here. If we get a move through the 490 handle here, or really this 480 to 490, 10-cent range, then I think we shoot up past through the $5 handle into the 550 to 560 for my first trim. So keep this one on your radar if you want exposure in the space, because I think it's literally the prettiest chart I can find in the market right now. So that's my spiel there. I am in it already, but I think it's got a lot of room here.
No, I love that. And I love breakdowns of ideas like that, because it should be very good to teach the people in chat how you think about it. It's not just, oh look, the squiggly line looks good, so I'm gonna take it, right? And not everyone has to be as crazy with me with like long-term back tests and whatever. But as long as you have a thesis and you have a stop and you have correct position sizing, fill your boots, right? But the amount of people who, I think it was Peter Lynch that said, people will spend weeks debating what fridge to buy for a couple $100 and then immediately dump 10 grand into some stock that they don't. Well, and I shouldn't be one to talk because I literally did that yesterday on that PLI. Yeah, he just said, hey, it's like, take enough time to think about what stock you're going to buy as you would if you buy your fridge. Like that those should be equal weighted in decision making.
Yep. Yeah.
That's fair.
Fair. Penny stock ADTX building up. That's a biotech looking good. Just calling it out there. Nice biotech building. I love names that build, especially the smaller names in biotechs. They've been really, really hot.
Yeah, little day 3 action here. Nice kind of base on the hourly from the yesterday spike up. You love to see that kind of get reclaimed and form a kind of ascending triangle pattern there.
Yeah,
Whoops. Got
that's
the top
great.
here. So if you can break through that range, I think it can be good to go.
I'm thinking Bank of America, guys. I got a little bit there. Looking for more. I got now 6 positions on. I am pushing it, guys. But look, there it is. Another position on now. So,
I do love all of the heavy
ooh,
stuff.
Saidu hit too. Saidu. Look at that one right now, guys. Take a look.
Side of
I just-
space.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
I threw out the limit
more.
order, and I was like, "Come and get me."
You know,
More
USAR
Trumpo chatter.
there.
He's still blabbing on about Greenland, but talking about buying now, not invading. So I think we're starting to see like a little bit of the taco start, right? It was all about. So I think that declaration of I will not use force is going to be a big deal for the markets, right? Because now it's okay. You know, he's trying to, and again, it's by now we've had 2 administrations. People who don't understand how the guy works, it's on you at this point, right? He says the most bombastic, outlandish things, so that when he says something that would normally be insane, it feels a lot better. Like, so I'm going to take over Greenland, and then he goes, well, maybe I'll buy it. Well, but if you just came out and said, I'm going to buy Greenland, people was like, well, what are you talking about? But it's like, okay, well, you're not going to take it over, so that's better, I guess. So it's like acclimating to insane, so that crazy doesn't seem as outlandish, and it's the way it always works. Like when he was going to I always laugh the 100% tariff on the penguins. Like, and then, you know, we've got reasonable tariffs across most countries and decent trade deals done after that. But, you know, he just gets there in the craziest way possible. So now I'm hoping.
You say art of the deal, or you say taco, I say art of the deal. You know, it's
right.
It's one of those things.
I've got my little kid running around saying that. I'm waiting for me to get in trouble. He'll run around going art of the deal, because I'll be like, okay, buddy, you know, I'll read you 1 story before bed. He goes 5 stories. I go, okay, 3, and I'll go art of the deal, and he runs off.
That's presidential material right there. He's going places. No, I think you're dead on.
Any stock pushing any NEOV, Neovolta. I'm our little trade alert guy. I'm just gonna mention them, but I'm gonna try to stay away because you know how it is. I start getting burned.
You're our Delta 2. You're our Bloomberg backup.
I'll just mention it. I like this one. GITS breaking 250. There's been a halter, 2 halts already. Be careful. 3rd halts usually end up in down.
Sorry, Walter. What was that ticker?
GITS.
GITS.
The GITS. If you
I
got
hope
the
we're
GITS.
reasonably close to a deal on Ukraine that if they don't take, they're stupid. So
Michael, that CNQ, man, that Canadian natural. I don't know what it does, man, but it looking like the Canadians are winning today.
Well, our markets have just been on fire, right? Because we do lumber, gold, silver, right? We have a whole bunch of land to dig in and then nothing else. So we've been doing great in the last little bit. So this one makes sense. Again, it's just a natural resource company. So just dig in the ground, pull stuff out, sell it to people. But again, it generally doesn't move this much, which is really interesting because it's a really big dividend player. It's, you know, I don't know what the yield is on it, but it's pretty monstrous. Like you'll find this in probably most Canadians' retirement portfolio. Just because it's a big dividend, right? So you buy this, you say, hey, it's a resource company. It's likely not going to go to zero or anything like that. But yeah.
Why am I not talking about Boyle, Larry? Well, we can talk about Boyle. It's having a crazy day. I'm not talking about it because I'm not in it. I didn't pull the trigger.
I am so annoyed. I went on Trader TV. I did a whole presentation on natural gas and how people were more short. If you look at the COT reports, more short natural gas on Friday than they've been in years. Everyone was betting natural gas was like going to zero. And I bought like, you know, a little tiny feeler bit. And then Monday I wake up and the futures are up like 10%. I'm like, I'm not chasing it up there. And then I wake up on Tuesday and they're up 25%. I'm like, you God damn it. But
Surely we
yeah,
can't
so
chase
I've got
this,
like,
right, Michael? It's gonna jump
oh,
up again. You know this because we're not gonna do
I've
it.
got the tiniest little, and it's one of those annoying things that you look at the percentage return,
Yeah.
and then you look at the dollar return, and you're
Yep.
like, oh great, I'm up like 30%, which is like $100. Great, good,
Yeah.
good
I'm
for me.
up 80% on my LPTH, and I have like $200 in it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
It honestly makes me upset. I'm like, how did I do this to
And it's
myself? I'm losing when I'm winning.
and I do that, and a lot of traders will do it. And when we talk about feeler positions, it's literally just to put it on your radar. It's like adding it to your watch list, but you're just like, okay, I'm gonna buy, like a couple $100 worth here, just a little tiny position, so that when I'm looking to remind myself, when I'm looking at my P&L, I see, oh, UNG there. Yeah, I wanted to do something about that. And you can very quickly see, and the response I always get to this, which is 100% true, is like, you could do the same thing by putting on a watch list. Like, yeah, but I focus way harder on my P&L or my holdings than I would any watch list. So,
Michael, they haven't seen our watch list. They don't understand what it's like to
yes,
when they just keep going and going and going and going.
yeah, right. So it's like
It's
I'm
easier.
gonna hammer through all those charts, look at it, but yeah, it's gonna be real hard to monitor. So Trump ends Q&A. So unless he's going to like a third Q&A, I think we're actually done this time.
Well, he will be speaking at 1 p.m. I know that. So he's going to be all day, dude.
What time is that at Davos though? 1 p.m. That's like going to be like
He's speaking with CNBC. So it's
way
going to
past his
be
bedtime, man.
and it's CNBC, dude.
I just don't understand how there's
He's
that much.
he's gonna move the markets.
Like, what are they really talking about up there?
I mean, you're getting the tech trade higher. AMD is pushing today, guys. I mean, this is what I'm talking about by positioning. And now tech is actually pretty high on the day, and you're starting to see some big pushes in there. I think you're starting to see big boys positioned in big tech. So start looking at the semiconductors, seeing what's leading there, and then kind of focusing in on the bigger boys, right? You see Intel, NVIDIA up today. You're seeing Micron 2.5%. AMD 4%, Intel 5%. Remember I talked about that Intel setup, how pretty it was right at the gates? Look at that trade, guys. These are sometimes where I'm just like, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mitch, stop getting distracted. That looked beautiful on Intel. Amazing setup there right out the gates at $50. And look at that thing, the 53. It's not a small rip. That's a nice, that's $3 reward for a easy setup of an ascending triangle.
Do you guys have I have such a hard time playing this because to me it didn't look like an ascending triangle. Like, it looked very strong, but I just don't like the upward slant to it, so I didn't take it. And clearly I was wrong.
So the upward
I bought down there because of socialism.
okay.
That was my whole just
yeah. We know the socialist ETF, but this is a perfect setup, guys. This is the one that the market wizards make tons of money on, man. Anything that can get tight, because the thing is, you're having the contraction here. That's the thing about it. It's contraction of price, so you know where to get out, right? And so the idea here is a break of that 50, right? You can be having small pieces in as support, looking for the big piece on the break. That's what the big boys are doing there. They're taking small amounts on the supports. They're waiting for that big break. You got that first break right before the open, which is always a nice one, like 15 minutes right before. It went to 50.76. Right out the gates, what do? We open up 50.31s. We go to a low there of 50.15 right above that level and slingshot. It's a slingshot now. And why? Because of what Michael's saying, right? You got all the institutionals positioned in one way, and then you got retail positioned in one way. Who would want to have this short? So those types of things can actually compound, and the trade can just keep going ridiculously higher. And I remember when I called this trade out at the bottom before Trump got in, I was like, Intel's going to get sexy. Well, this is another one of those where Mitch it talks about it, and you guys get it. You guys got to make that money, man.
Well, Mitch, you
sometimes my
talked about
brain
it.
spits
Like
it out
20,
there,
right?
but dude, it's insane. Yeah, it like way before the jump. LAC also. So LAC is another one that I've been looking for on the pullback. That one's pulling back right now. I think I need to get that one closer down to 5. But if you can get that one closer down to 5 or 550s, I think that would be a beautiful pick also. We'll see what
Yeah, I'm with
happens.
you. You have that little bit of support building out from 530 to 550. That's kind of a little area of interest. This neckline,
Yeah.
kind of like
And
that.
and the best part I think is that, these are all mentioned right here. So if you're watching the show, you've heard about the idea, and the idea is what you go and you research yourself and take the trade on, right? I mean, these
Well,
are
Mitch,
these are
for
great
example,
ideas, and I can't take them all, right? So,
just a real quick
unfortunately.
example on Intel, you called it out so early that maybe you missed it, but I sure listened to you, brother. I saw it tightening up here, and this is where I took my position. So and then there will be times where it's the other way around, where I identify something in a zone, but I just can't keep
Yeah.
track, and then
But
you're
that's what
dialed
we
in the
can
next
do,
day.
right? That's
Yeah.
what we can do for you guys and for everyone out there, right? We can't tell you how to trade. It's not about a recipe of just here, go do this. Because if it was like that, I mean, everyone I think would be doing it, and everyone would probably be trading the same strategy. Let's just be honest. But the truth is what we
Well,
can do.
Well, I'd say go. You have to always go one step further with that. If everybody trades the same strategy, that strategy stops working, right? That's
Yeah,
just the
that's the
way
problem
the
too.
market works, right? So that's why all of us can't be doing the same thing because. And I always use the example of a moving average crossover. If it was just simple, you buy a moving average crossover. Well, then everybody would start buying that moving average crossover.
Yeah, that
And then
same
everyone
one.
would start buying a little bit before the moving average crossover. And then, right, everyone front runs themselves until it just breaks. And that's just the epitome of capital markets in general is as soon as everyone does the same thing, that thing stops working, right? So like I'm seeing the growth of these, penny stock shorts and wondering if at some point in the near future, it's going to be worthwhile doing the opposite. It's why same thing as we talk about with positioning. That I always talk about how the market moves with positioning. As soon as everybody does something, the opposite thing is just going to work, right? So it's so when Mitch is saying, right, we can tell you the stuff in play, but when it comes to fine tuning entries and exits and all that, you just have to do it yourself because it just will not work if everyone copies each other. It's not the way the market will ever be able to work.
Looking at TTE, I've never played this energy name, but it's on a nice little pullback here. Setup off the 6740s and 6730s look. I'll show you guys that look right now as we kind of approach it. Looking for JPM to really get going there, but I'm looking for trades all around. You see me taking positions because this is what it's all about. Sometimes this is the day I think to position in, right, and see what happens. If we start to get a lift off in the market, you don't want to miss these moments. Now we can look for hourly long pullbacks after we get about an hour's long worth, right? So we are reaching that second candle in the 1030 area. You can look for maybe some pullbacks coming into play around this 10 to 1030 area. That's what I'm trying to use, right? So we'll see what happens out there, guys. Let's keep it going. Let me take Jane's little empty offline.
This
This is the thing with it.
PLI is
Actually, got to remove
crazy
it.
this morning. It's up and down like 5% on a tick here. Just waiting for this to calm down, right? So I'm still just short everything, right? Net down $60. Just waiting for some of these to carry out. Again, just playing through the same kind of strategy. Continue to trade it, continue to record it, continue to test it, and again, we're just waiting through. I've had just one stop out today on CMTX. That was the only trade that stopped, and then just a whole bunch open, and that's what I expect. Right, every morning I expect. Because I'm holding these things for very large profit targets or all day. I want to get a bunch of realized losses under the table as things get stopped out, and then hopefully the ones that continue. You're right. I've got no real target other than 3 times a risk, so I've got all the chance in the world for them to kind of take off. So I expect this. I expect realized losses to occur and then unrealized gains to hopefully outpace those. And then again, I come and I sit down. I could just have the auto liquidation at the end of the day work. And to be honest, sometimes depending on kids, I do that. I like to just come in and try to like limit out little bits here and there, right? Just put out, just to try to get a couple bucks or a couple better fill, just here or there on that. But be right back, guys.
Let's get after it, guys. We'll see what we got here. Let's keep it moving. And if you guys, if you got a trade, Steve, you can also mention it. You can see, positioned the hell out. Like,
Oh, wow. We are in opposite ends of the boat here today, Mitch. I'm this is what would you call it? It's my mental health week where I'm just trading very small. My all of my
maybe I should have listened to that too.
What was that?
Maybe I should have had one of those too.
I'm just taking it easy because I don't want to psych myself out, essentially, because all of my longer term trades are working, and often when I get like this, I'm like very laissez-faire on the swing or the intraday trades too, and I'm thinking like I don't need to do anything crazy. My two biggest positions are up 7, and oh my goodness, USAX is up 34% now over 2 days. So I just gotta manage those and not freak out here.
That was a beauty. That was a beautiful call, man. And I got to say, I got these right on the first move. Didn't get these right on the second move, that USAR. And I traded UUU a little bit, but not as much as we should have been trading it during this moment. And it's been trading really pretty symmetrically on the hourly. So you can see those little flags, right? The flags off of multiple days too. This is why I think that sometimes day trading, sometimes it just sucks, right? Because you're going to run into a move like this, right? Where this stock was really strong this day, but the truth is that it was just coming back to support. Undercuts that supports, rally, undercuts, rally. You see how the wicks like kind of hold that, right? It's really pretty, dude. And then now you just got the same pattern that you had in Intel, right? Same pattern, right? High tight pattern, right? Going into the pre-market, you look for a push right above, right? You look for that push. Then what you look for? Liquidity sweeps.
Yeah, there it is.
The sweep. There's this sweep off the 20s where if you were long at 2050s, there's no way you held on that 20 cut down. And then the real traders bought at 20 and then they held and then boom, got rewarded big time, right? So
oh yeah. It's just such an important concept that you're bringing up here. I just want to hammer it home here. So that top line of that ascending triangle, those retests, those liquidity sweeps, those are the cash money. I can't tell you how many times I've just put a little stink bid down there and just gotten filled in. I'm instantly up 20% on the option. I'm instantly up 50 cents on the position. And it's the most beautiful feeling to know where the resting liquidity is and just to let it tag you in. And then just let it do its thing. It's my favorite setup ever. Those look backs like that. Talk. I am in the juice. I woke up and I was like, all right, Trump's doing the Greenland thing on Tuesday. I'm just gonna. I literally bought it at pre-market at 25. It went back to sleep until I went on stream. I was like, sometimes you gotta have conviction in just orange man do orange man things. He's gonna say some stuff. So.
I love it, guys. I love it, man. I can't blame you guys. And I remember when I first brought up USAR. This is the key of like looking things up. No one was talking about UUUU. No one was talking about UAMY, right? This is what it's all about. This is why I try to focus on themes. What was I doing? I was just searching for metals and minerals that were near like uranium names, and not just the common names, right? Like UEC. All right, that was like a common one, which is going up, right? It's not like it's a bad trade, but those are the things that you need to be looking at. Let's see if SMR finally really rips today. I think that one was a good setup. It's held the pullback. Now looking for the continuation pattern. I'd love to see a move one more time to 20 here and then a real slingshot on SMR. So we can keep an eye out on SMR. I'll put an alert to see if we get a move back to 20 here.
Mitch, I'm going to yoink the screen just real quick for the SMR. Man, this is my friend. I got to keep pulling in my trading view chart just because I'm gonna figure out how to code this on Trader Evolution. But for now,
no worries, man.
These triggers here, it's so important for my system. This monthly trigger got rejected once, twice, 3 times. So now it's the 4th time. It's basically providing a neckline to this nice inverted head and shoulders, and then the long term, the head of the inverted head and shoulders, that's tagging into really long term support. So now we have our daily trigger, this staggered blue line sweeping on under, matches up with our flip of the ribbons of the moving average. And the only thing I don't love about this setup is that it's a really steeply falling 50-day. But hey, it's a steeply falling 50-day that's starting to level out, and we are over it. So I really do like this chart. I think it's got room. Might just do that shake and bake that you're talking about.
Yeah, the key on that one, and I like it also, what the chart you showed there, that's the rule of 32. So the head and shoulders actually has the rule of 3 played in there. So it creates so that where you start that left-hand side, that first breakdown, right, you're getting bounces, right? And so you're creating 3 attempts to resistance. On that 4th attempt to the resistance, look for volume breakouts, because what you're doing is you're squeezing out the old pattern, right? That's what you're doing. The old pattern was a bearish pattern. You're squeezing those guys. And that's what you want to be finding, where you can do run over trades of the prior traders that were in the chart. Those are trades within themselves. That's what we're talking about today also with that intel, that resistance, right? It seems like sellers are on that. So runaway trades, when you run people over, when you run over the people that have been trading the trade to the left, right? Because we all look left, right? And so part of having levels is also understanding where sellers came in, so that when buyers take those positions, right, and take those levels, you know exactly where that is, where there's that seesaw switch where everyone was short, 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 short. All of a sudden, it's long, 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 long. And if the shorts don't get out quickly, they get run over.
Absolutely, Mitch. While you were describing that, I pulled up the Intel chart, and it's literally exactly what you're talking about here. So you have the 1, 2, 3 knocks into this neckline, this level of resistance. But like you said, once they squeeze it, you better watch out. And that's that power that you get. And I was always taught 3 is the rule, 4 is a gift. So that's
It's
what I love.
something, and there's a thing about that. It's from the Japanese culture. It actually, 3s are represented as more like a good luck in Japanese cultures. 4 is very bad luck. And it's, we're using Japanese candlesticks. We might as well maybe use some of that culture. And that's where I really started to look at this. And when it's clean, like we're talking about it, clean on hourly charts, clean on daily charts, that rule of 3, I can tell you is the only time I've ever gotten some knowledge that I've thought about the market where a light bulb actually went off. There's very rare knowledge that you'll run into like that in the stock market world, where you're like, that actually, like, holy crap, I can see it, I can trade it. Well, these are the types of things you want to find, right? When you feel that, that's called edge. That's your brain recognizing edge, right? So we want to jump on that. I always think that those are the cleanest charts. And so part of, like, I think, like, honing in on strategy would be just to trade rule of 3 charts, right? Have a watch list for that, wait for those types of breaks, take those trades, right? Systematically take that approach, but maybe in a subjective way. Looking at a reversal in ITA here. So ITA, of course, I have that ITA. I want it to start going down now fast because it rejected the 240 breakout. Just want to mention that. Go ahead, Michael. I know you want to jump in on that conversation.
No, I was just saying, right? Those are the type of trades too. If people want to get into more systematic trading, that's an amazing place to start. And using daily or long-term technicals, and just simply, right, step 1 is to set out alerts, and step 2 is just set out the orders, right? If you can identify, 10 or 15, especially with looking at things like what we're talking about here with Intel, you could, in TradingView, with the whole signal stack thing that we have on Trader Evolution, you could, in TradingView, just simply set an alert and say, if it gets here, buy it, put a stop loss here, put a profit target here, whatever, and you could just set up the whole trade and go to work and then come back and the trade triggers or it doesn't. And I've coached a bunch of traders to get into the systematic thing, and a lot of them are just so amazed. They're like, I've been, you told me to go get a job and I'm making way more money in my trading than I was when I was sitting there all day, because that's what they would do. They would come home at night, put the kids to bed, go through a bunch of charts, and they're not like quants like me where they're doing back tests or anything. They're just fully identifying and laying out the trade and hitting the buttons, and then whatever happens while they're at work happens. They end up doing whatever they're doing. And yeah, there's a huge benefit to that because you're not there to second guess. You're not there. You're not going to miss anything. You're not going to whatever. I love long-term kind of technical setups for trades like that, where it's like, whatever reason, if Intel breaks this price, I want to own it, and here's where I put my stop loss, whole 9 yards, and away you go. You're already, I think, better than 90% of traders out there doing stuff like that.
Real quick, gonna jump in to just follow up on Smoke Tuna's NAMM call out here. It's looking real tight. Another ascending triangle on the 5-minute here. So I'm taking a look at this 130 level. Looks like it's a pretty decent little wall there on the book map, or sorry, not book map, on the volume profile. So if it can hold 128, really 126, and it can break through that 130, I think we get a pretty clean push up here. I do need to identify some higher time frame levels, but I do like this one here for a. Is that a day 2 mover? Okay, it's the first day, so yeah, this one's definitely could have room here. I see an imbalance at 150 that would be a nice first target, and then a sweep over the 180 is the next there for me. So keep an eye on that one, I'd say, if you're a day trader.
So Tag saying Trump's out there talking about nuclear.
Good.
So maybe take a look at your SMRs and your NNEs and your Oklos and all that kind of stuff might be coming right back into favor if that's going to continue.
On SMR, if this one does work, you can manage your risk pretty tightly here over maybe this previous swing low at 1984, and it could very well catch
SMR 2021. What did we talk about? Maybe a 20 attempt back down. I'm looking for it, guys. The alert's right there. I would love to get it underneath $20 right now, like a little slight undercut underneath 20 right now to like 1980s. Create another bottom look off the 15 minutes will look pretty.
Sorry, which ticker is this here so I can pull it up?
SMR.
Okay, just making sure. Yeah.
SMR. I did take another position, guys, in Beam. I'm 8 positions deep.
Did you say Beam, the biotech?
Beam Therapeutics. I'm like all over. I'm just grabbing my themes. I'm like, Mitch, go theme searching. Go grab the ones that make sense. This daily chart makes sense. It's on the 9 EMA sitting. It was a really strong chart just a couple, like a week ago. So like, these are the ones I look at. The weekly chart tells me there was a lot of selling into the 36, but if there's rebuying in the 32s, we could get right back to 36, maybe even 40. So that's the outlook on Beam.
Oh, mama, this is a very compelling chart here. We're at a very interesting juncture, and you're right. Big short-term strength. It came back a little bit, held exactly where it should on that rising 9. So we have this falling downtrend. We call this a doom loop here. Around my parts, we call this a doom loop.
I like it.
Break over this, you're in ugly territory. But here we are. We have that lining up with the falling, but starting to level out weekly moving average, 200 moving average, and the previous little swing high right at 3178-ish. So there's 3 areas where I think if we can push above that, you get a real nice clean move. It runs the stops out up to 36, then could very well sweep these stops up all the way up to 50 here. And this is a good company too. If you like this theme of genomics, I'm thinking of Twist, I believe. I think Beam is in the same space, but regardless, biotherapy, biotech.
Same space,
baby. Let's go.
Genomics, baby.
And also, did we talk about? Yeah, we did. I'm just gonna talk my.
So you got to look at Twist too. If you talk Twist, you got to take a look because I'd buy Twist too, but it's too strong right now. This was a buy yesterday.
Yeah, so I do have a little bit of this in the Roth from 32 to 33 was our level that we were looking to break above. Probably 33. I think it was 33 over this weekly moving average. And see, that's the same kind of thing where you have this falling weekly that rejects once, twice, kind of 3 times. And then when you reclaim it, you can start squeezing those shorts. And I think that's a cup and handle there. So I love it. I'm right there with you.
SPY popping new highs as we're talking.
Hey.
New high after new high.
That's why you see me loading the boat, man. Very rarely do I ever do this, but you can't be afraid when it's time to put risk on. Let's put that in because this is a clippable right here, guys. You can't be afraid when you need to put risk on. Most traders, yes, they can manage risk, but very few traders know how to put risk on and manage that, right?
Well, and trading is a lot of the 80-20 principle, right? Where, you're going to get a couple good trades a month. You're going to get a couple great trades a year, and that's going to make everything that you do. So you got to get those moments. I remember, again, talking to Bella from S&B Capital, and they've got right in their lobby is just a picture of a guy holding a baseball bat, and it's just know when to swing the bat hard. And there's going to be, a handful of times a month where you kind of you feel something or you see something about the market, and you're like, all right, it's time to go big, and those will make a career over the long run, right? The rest of it will just be some good winners, some bad winners. Hopefully, the equity curve kind of slopes up a little bit, and then every now and then you get a big spike because hopefully you loaded up on something and then you had the guts to hold it. That's the other important part. A lot of people go big and then they just exit like 5 minutes later because they're just uncomfortable with the position. So you got to go big and you got to have the guts to hold for a bit.
And you said a few times a month. I would even pull back even more and say like this concept applies like to like you'll see, Druckenmiller. I always mispronounce his name, but these high conviction swing the bat type traders, the Susquehanna guys. You'll see that sometimes it's only a few times a year, and I know Mark Minervini taught me this, where he said sometimes in some years I will make 80% of my money in 1 month, and I'll sit on my hands for 4 or 5 months. So like you're saying, when it's hot, you strike, and you got to know when it's not. But when everything's working, you size up, baby. So if I told you how big my USAX position was, you might judge me. But you know what? We got the move I was looking for, and I trimmed to a normal size. But I'm not giving up on the idea either. So I think that when you take size and you take money off the table, it gives you the psychological edge where you can be like, okay, not only am I right, I also don't get like what I call speed wobbles. Like, when you're bombing a hill too hard on a longboard, and then you're like, this is amazing. And then you start going and going side to side. Yeah. So if you can avoid the speed wobbles and stay in just that coasting area, then we can just glide up.
Look at the cues too. Remember, tech was the weak area, right? Weak. Does this seem like weak? This seems like buy program to me.
Yeah.
This seems like, yes, get stocks at any price right now, please. Because if I don't get it now, when will I get it if it continues in the action that they're going? And there was a weekly chart on the Qs that I wanted to even kind of show you guys. And I was like, are we going to make a move right back to the 621? And I was going to call it out at the beginning of the show, but I was like, that's a little ballsy right there. But we could just be going right back to this trend line. And we just created that wick scare out where I talk about all the time. Look at the weekly charts. Stop on those day charts, guys. Because look, that looks as pretty as to me as a dip buy if you were looking at the weeklies.
Yeah, right. I mean, it caught the zone, and now it's testing the reclaim of the big level. Is that the 9 moving average on the weekly?
Yep.
Yeah, beautiful.
And you get what I mean? Nice undercuts. Look at all these wicks. Wicks are tricks, and tricks are for kids. Stop being a kid. Stop being tricked by the media. Stop being. There's nothing wrong with tech, guys. Nothing has broken in tech. They're just not sexy right now. Positioning is going on in other sectors. And so what do we look for?
Rotation.
Yeah. Michael talks about it all the time. The life blood of a bull market is rotation. So it's rotating. And now, if there's any momentum that rejoins tech, then now you have all sectors positioned to go higher, right? Yeah. And so this is one of those days where, what was I watching out the gates? Change since open. I always watch percentage change since open. This is one of my favorite things from TC 2000. I have other tools, right? I talk about them. I use my Trader Evolution to do analysis, do everything. But at the end of the day, you got to know the change. And the change is telling me everything was green out the open. And the only things that went down eventually were utilities and defensive names. Why did those go down? Because they were strong yesterday. And even them are starting to come back up. So the market wants up. Let's continue looking for sectors to rise and the cream of the crop, right? Which is right now energy, cyclicals, financials, industrials, healthcare, and then technology. Those are really pushing.
Absolutely. I just want to bring up one thing real quick here. Now that we're talking about this is the megas here, MAG 7, MAGS, so the big boys. We're seeing this test. So they are lagging. SPY is probably right up about here, just reclaiming this higher low from yesterday. These guys lagging, we have them trading into the falling hourly as well as this cam pivot, basically the bulls shall not pass level. So if they pass, we can rip. I would expect them to join the party like everything else that you're talking about, that rotation, joining in. But this is where we can get some big liftoff like you're talking about. We've set the stage. for the other sectors. They're all on their way. Now, if the big money in the tech and the big tech, if that plays ball, then we can just boost. So I'm watching this 63.50 handle, but I'm pretty darn bullish here.
Oh, me too, man. Me too. And that, you guys know I don't get my bull shoes too often. And so look at this, man. Look at this. 8 positions deep. And what am I doing? I'm putting the net P&L of the loss at the top, and I'm just managing the weeds, man. Managing the weeds, right? Cutting the losers, not even stressing whatsoever about this winning side, right? So just keeping the trades on and focus to just keep working the swing account. JPM did get cut out, so I could take some more day trades if I wanted, but I'm just working the swing account right now, guys. So I'll keep doing that.
I love it. I'm going to get some water real quick.
Go ahead, man. It's one of those days. It's a lot of talking, a lot of action. And that guy that said that it was going to be the best day in the market ever, I don't know, man. That guy knew something, man. That guy knew something, dude. I don't see those comments too often, but I wouldn't take any of them really serious. But I was just like, why tomorrow? I don't know, man. He might have known something because it's a pretty good looking day so far.
Well, yeah, it's. I think this is the end of the most recent fear that the market's had, and you know it will. We'll be afraid of something again a little bit later, but for now, you know, we're just good that we can kind of chill out a little bit. That, you know, okay, I'm not going to invade Greenland. He didn't say anything too crazy. It's okay. We can calm her down just a little bit more. Just move on.
I got to call some top leading names in the queues here. 7% Intel, AMD, 6% and these are just from the open, not an overall. Datadog, 5%. WDC, another 5% for WDC. Just shows me that the parabolicness is insane out there. MU up 4.6. ARM 4. Marvell up 4. O'Reilly's with a big breakout for O'Reilly's, 3% there from the open. And then you're starting to get some more of the healthcare names. VRTX. I saw a couple of health names there. You got Team out there. That's a software name getting a little bit of a bounce back. You don't see that too often. Google, really big breakout. I mean, you guys see the chart right now in front of me.
Well, and
Google.
VX is interesting because if you looked at XBI recently, the biotechs, it's on a daily chart. That is a nice looking chart, and it looks like just on the verge of a breakout for biotechs, which of course would be great for. There's more biotechs than I think people think in the queues, and then also there's some good overall in IWM, like we talk about all the time. Small caps been on fire, continuing even today to show great relative strength. If we get this breakout in biotechs, it's only a good thing for those guys.
I would love a pullback in Unity. That's the chart you see right now. I'd love to swing trade this, guys. I've been looking at this all morning. Was looking for an undercut into the 41s. Didn't get it today. So I kind of like it on this 42 recovery. And this chart is a big base. So I'm looking for big bases like this also that are doing well. Semiconductor name that's insanely strong today, ADI, Analog Devices. Really strong name. Man, it's just some strength out there today, man.
Yeah.
If you're not making money today, you know, you gotta kind of look at what's going on today.
Well, it's right with everything. There's always a pullback, and there's always some big fear. You know, out there, everyone's afraid of something, and then as soon as that fear gets lifted, if you're not positioned, it's really hard to keep up, right?
Yep, that's for sure.
You know, it's like
rip in, twist. My beam already in the green and starting to push there. I like that beam position. I wanted to maybe size into that one. I really like that one. But what I'm trying to do right now is just have the position exposure all around, right? More positions, more shots on goals. That's what you see me doing today. Trying my best not to get too excited in just one, right? So the only ones that I'm thinking about cutting is this Saidu. I already have a stop place right underneath it, but that's fine. At some point, like when you take trades, I also can just like take the trade and just set the risk and just let it go. That's what I like to swing trade a lot. more. It's like you don't feel that you shouldn't get that emotionally attached to losses in your swing account. Day trade, it can always happen. I feel like I feel like you're swinging hard a lot of times in day trades. One that's making the move today that I think you and I need to keep an eye out for, Michael, is Bitcoin bounce.
Yeah, I was when I was in the bathroom there, I was looking at it and I was like, man, we haven't talked about crypto today, but we've got like Ethereum up 2.5%. We've got, I'm just looking here, we've got Bitcoin up 2%. We've got a lot of these cryptos trying to recover. Like Bitcoin's back above 90,000, went down to 88. This 90,000 just seems to be a magnet. And again, I'm in the choppy for longer camp. We got up to like 99 or 98, 99, then back to 90. And then we go down to 79 and it's back to 90. And this just feels like one of my favorite sayings from Brian Shannon is the if it don't scare you out, it wears you out kind of thing.
that.
And this seems like it's one of those where they're not scaring people out of crypto anymore, but they're just going to wear them out. So I would not be surprised if we're between 80 and 100 on crypto for months and months and months. And that means opportunity if that's going to be right. It means you get to the low end of the range. It's going to be hard. You're looking to buy there. You're looking to maybe sell. I don't know if I'd short, but you're into the higher end of the range and just.
I will.
I set an alert. I set an alert for 2840s. I would love to see this just dip back into this zone right here, right? Undercut into this area, and I will go for a buy, right? So this is the area for me to buy on a day like today, right? I don't want to buy up here because I'm a little bit like now chasing, right? So if I buy 29s up here, and then all of a sudden it just pulls back to the VWAP, I'm gonna get stopped out for what? For chasing, right? So you can actually lose on a position because you go and chase. Did you hear that? Those traders out there, right? Sometimes you got to be patient. You got to wait for the price to come back, right? So in this case, I would love Bitcoin today. Why? Because it started to get hated too. And I was even looking at miners for shorts on my playbook, but that's how quickly the market can change and how you need to be like ebbing and flowing with things, right? So I would actually look at miners and be like, okay, well, if we do get the uplift in Bitcoin, we could get the continued uplift in the miners, and it could be a little bit of a sweep back. HUT is one of those that I'd keep an eye out for. There's APLD, names that are in that space. Also, don't like lose sight of Coinbase. Yeah.
Take a look at CSLK on a daily chart. That's a clean looking.
Yeah, 13
little
recovery.
There.
I hate this name, but you're right. I really don't like it, but that looks really good.
The tight base.
It looks exactly the same as the tight base over the curling moving averages on September 15th.
Yeah. So what you got to use on those is the deeper time frames so that you can really kind of measure in. One of the things that I've been trying to think about, and this is something that I'm just on the long run thinking about, is I'm starting to get to a point where I want to start maybe just swing trading with only using the daily chart. Like literally only using the daily chart, like just using this when it opens and then just trading off of this.
Yeah, I've been doing that in my Roth, and it's been so relaxing, dude. It's just chilling. Like I said, I bought it, went back to sleep. It was whatever.
Well, before I got systematic about my trading, my swing trading was just like that. It was fairly simple, where I would the last hour of the day, I would ignore the market until then, because at that point I was only swing trading, wouldn't care about anything until that last hour of the day, and then I would sit down and I would go through and only daily charts, because in the last hour of the day you're getting a rough idea of what that candle is going to close like. So if you take a look here at like I don't know, like the SPY right now, right, it looks like a big gap up and a hold, but it's too much day to know what this candle is going to close like. The last hour of the day, you take a look at this and like a CSLK, and I would only look at the market for that period of time, because I'd have this as an understanding of what this candle is going to look like, and I would just place all my trades then. Everything was entered. I would put out what I called worst case stops, so like really panic stops in case something went crazy, but I would exit at the last hour of the day as well. And it was the most freeing thing in the world, where unless it was that specific time frame, I didn't look at anything. And now I've just moved it to the morning, where all of my things are entered automatically, but it just happens on the morning. And then as soon as I'm done on the stream here, I don't I don't look at the market that much all day. I'll do all my wrap up on the close, right? So I got this big chunk in the middle of the day where I've got a bunch of time left, and yeah, 100%. And same if for people out there who are trying to manage day trading and swing trading, the simplest way I think to do that is to dedicate time. So okay, I'm going to be a day trader for the first hour, hour and a half, whatever it is. And then I'm going to close my day trading account, and then I'm going to open up my swing trading account. And then for the last hour or sometime in the afternoon, that's where I'm going to enter all my swing trades. And by separating them by time, it helps you mentally separate them as well, right? It's like you're switching modes. I'm in day trader scalper mode, and then I'm going to go have lunch, and then I'm going to come back. And now I'm in swing trader wealth building mode. And yeah, time does a really good job of separating kind of frameworks for sure.
Yeah, I love
Yeah,
that.
and
I
as
would
it says here,
also, just really quick, I'd also say it really helps psychologically to have those in separate accounts too. That was a big game changer for me, because otherwise I just do dumb shit. I just end up buying options in the shares account and regretting it, and then missing the shares trade, and then tilting out on the it's bad news.
Oh yeah.
Well, and I do, and I'm even a little extra paranoid where, because in my day trading account I'm okay with using margin, and on my swing trades I'll use like little bits here and there. Like it's, say you have $100,000 account, I'll let it go to 120, 130,000, just to fill sizes of orders and stuff. But in the day trading account, I'll use all of it. So I have even separated those to different brokers in case something explodes on one end, it won't affect the other. Like, but yeah, I 100%. Like I talk about all the time, all my investment comes through. We call it Wealth Simple up here. It's like Canadian Robinhood. Essentially, it's like a very basic type of app. All of my investments go into that account, and it's because it's completely separate. It's, I don't have it loaded up here. It's not something I'm going to check or take trades off
Long
periodically.
PAVM.
So yeah, separation really, really helps here. That PAVM, that was that crazy.
I went
this
crazy right
morning.
now, guys. I took a shot there.
Look at that. That daily chart is nuts. From 0 to a gap up of 6, and then nothing to a gap up of 20. Crazy, crazy chart.
Let's see if this can really kind of push.
We're really balancing out here. We're up 1% a day. On a day, we're getting really close to these highs. So we're at the yesterday's high on the SPY. We're at yesterday's high in the Qs. And we're way above yesterday's high in IWM. The IWM outperformance has just been nuts. We are at, if we were to close right now, it's another all-time closing highs for IWM, and just nowhere near it on the other guys. RSP well above yesterday's high. So very much still, even though Tex looks like it's turning around, has been, holding us back still. So it's small caps, right? You heard it here.
Baby.
Talked about all that.
Beautiful.
Small cap time.
And nobody will believe it, Michael. We're going to be up 10% more, and they're still going to be saying there's no way this is real. I love it. It's one of my favorite charts.
Well, and so as soon as you start seeing, like, this is when, if I were to watch CNBC, which I'm just not, there's no way I'm doing it. But if you started to see banners like, is 2026 small cap years, then you're like, okay, that's the time. Let's ring the register.
When it's on the time
this.
cover, right?
And also, right, so you can do, people sometimes forget because small caps have been crap for so long, but you have TNA, which is plenty liquid, which is 3 times long, and you have TZA, which is plenty liquid, and that's short. This is why I think now with the 24/5 and the 24/7 trading that's coming out very, very soon, futures, why do you need to exist at this point? It's I can trade my triple leveraged small caps 24/7. Well, what do I need a futures contract anymore, right? The buying power is not even that important anymore, and the hold time is not even that important anymore.
Guys, I'm gonna hijack here really quick. I totally agree with you, by the way.
Hey,
Take it.
That's not it. We're getting there. There it is. All right, this is SMCI. Jose in chat is mentioning it. And I wanted to check back in because I drew some scribbles this weekend after the big powerful candle on Friday. Thought that we'd come back into this moving average cluster. Did I buy it there? No, but we did get the pullback. I'd like to see maybe one more back test off of this 3150 handle, this daily trigger for me. But this one's looking like it's cooking this falling 50, and I think it might be ready. I kind of think it wants to go up to this neckline, then come down and form like an inverted head and shoulders before pushing up higher to support. But I do like it at these levels. Oh my God, so loud.
I gotta go to my screen here, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that.
With the vuvuzela at 8 in the morning, dude. Come on, man.
Oh yeah, you gotta remember what coast that guy's on, man. You're like,
I don't.
you're flashbanging him there.
I woke up to a meeting at 4:30. I'm like, dude, I went to sleep at 11. I was not here for this. I'm sorry, guys.
Good afternoon there. Good morning, everybody. Come on in there. I just cashed out into that halter, guys. I had to cash there because if not, I would have made too much money on this trade. Too much money on the account. So that was a $600 in plus trade right there. In 500 at 22, out there 523, 28.
Beautiful.
That was just timing the breakout. I could see it. Today's that type of day where this thing could literally, I don't know where it could go, dude. It's that type of day. It's the environment, right? It's the environment for this, right? Sometimes this is the day where if you're a shorter in the penny stock game, you turn off your computer and throw it out the window. Not advice, but you definitely don't want to be playing around too much shorting on a day like today. Like I have that swing short in ITA, but it's like what? It's 10 shares, and I put the stop, and I said I'm not even watching it. You know, everything else is on the long game.
Well, yeah, and you can see it with the IWM, right? There's no better risk on, risk off indicators. IWM, and then you can take a look at the IWC, even though it's not very liquid, which is micro caps, and both those things, right? If you look at a daily chart of small caps and a daily chart of micro caps, not that one, both hitting new all-time highs. So it just shows that this is the idea that this is. It's these names, right? IWC is going to include all these little tiny junky names, and they're hitting new all-time highs. So great, right? You can trade those, but I'm going through and just reading. There's a Denmark's dude is talking as well, and then Trump advisor David Sachs worried the AI or U.S. could lose the AI race.
He's right.
That's not good. So,
China's
due to self-inflicted injury, I guess the rest of that tweet. So he's saying that they, yeah. So okay.
I mean,
so what's that mean? Plow more money into AI things?
How do you guys feel about the way we handled the China situation regarding purchase of our chips? Because I feel like with their infrastructure build out, we should have been cooperating with them to get that money before they just, because that would de-incentivize them from just pouring money into their own infrastructure, which is what they did, and it seems to be paying off already. So it feels like we didn't take the boost that we could have got short term, and what it came with.
It seemed like the obvious solution is, okay, we'll give you whatever the last gen chips are.
Right.
We'll sell and then just move on. And then they go, okay. Then if they end up doing better with last gen,
guys, 10:59. I'm gonna get hopping here. You guys wrap. You guys want to keep talking? I gotta go get hopping. But have a good one, guys.
Later. Well, I'll just wrap it up too. Let's do a little quick around the horn, Steve, which is what you're seeing in the market, and then we'll pop off there. Yeah, just for me, it looks like what else are you expecting today? You opened up, you messed around for like 10, 15 minutes, and then you just ripped all day. So for me, I wouldn't be taking a lot of long bets right here. It seems like you're kind of chasing and missing the boat at that point. It's not to say that I would just short because we're up at this price, but I think we could enter into a little bit of a range. So that's basically all I'm thinking, right? All of it, you know, again, I'm testing all these short strategies. And of course, today, down $100. So, you know, I'm actually really happy with that. If the market can do this and I'm literally short almost, like, how much buying power am I utilizing? $12,000 worth of buying power, and I'm flat,
Nice.
down $100, both flat. I'll take it. I'm
Oh,
happy there.
yeah, you can't
What are
be
you
right
seeing
every
for
day when
you?
you're trading systems, right? You know, so just keep
Yeah,
the, like you said, no big red days, and we're cooking with gas.
exactly.
So I'm seeing pretty much the same thing as you on the indices. So we mentioned pretty early in the day when we were reclaiming that 680 that it was the 50-day there. That's the high probability when we broke through pre-market. So we got our few dollar trade. I think Jane said as well the targets were right where we're at, 684, 50 to 75. So what we did on a daily chart, I'm going to pull this up real quick, is just we essentially off that reclaim of the hourly, or I'm sorry, the 50-day, this
Hmm.
blue line right here, we came and our next target was the high of the day. We popped right up into the resistance that was formed by the open gap, and we found small sellers. Is that to say that I think we brick wall right here? Not necessarily, maybe, but there's no incentive for me to buy this. We're right in the middle. If this is a 50% pullback, this is where it would reject. We have the daily trigger here at 686. We have the 50% at 685.75. That's why it was my level. Um, we have falling moving averages. I'm totally fine with waiting and seeing if we get an inside day. Maybe we back test, back check this rising 50 now, and that would be the area where I think high probability, good risk return for a long, less so right here. So we got the trade in the morning, and I'm chilling now. That's where I'm at.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys very much. I'm gonna pop us over to the scanner here and see everyone tomorrow. Right? Don't trade safe and don't do anything I wouldn't do. How about that?
Love it. Welcome, everybody. It is Power Hour, and boy, is it Power Hour. We are rocking and rolling. We're up, what is it, $8 off the lows, $9 off the lows? Absolutely crazy pump on news here. We are going to talk about it all. Let me get my charts up, and we will get on into it. I'm I'm a step behind here managing some positions. So let me get myself in order. Here is the charts. Here are the charts here. We've got some big movers on our screen. Seeing if this is the top intraday here. We have some minor sellers. The first time we've encountered them and since the tweet there. So let's see where we settle. We've got SPY top left. We'll put Qs in the bottom left here. I am in a few trades. I'm in MU. I am in NVAX, Novavax. This one is rocking and a rolling. Had some news today, is pushing up and keeps pushing up. Looks like it's squeezing to the $10 there. So I'll be keeping an eye there. Micron trying to break high today. Found a few sellers. Same with SPY. We've got to keep an eye on that. Awesome, Joe. Thank you so much for confirming there. Appreciate that. So welcome on in, guys. We have a spicy day on our hands. It does look like we have a little bit of selling going on, so I do want to not get too distracted. I'm actually going to take a little bit of profit on some of these trades that I'm in. I will bring up a few others that I'm in. A few others. There it is. Okay, pulled up the tab. Yeah, I'm in some other trades as well, so we're going to get those going. Now that I've got what I need on the other screen. Man, I don't know. Time flies when the market's going crazy off a news result there. So ASTS, this one found a nice bottom intraday off of this 100 level. That's where we got in, just over 100. Looks like it's just about trying to squeeze up here to this previous zone of interest. So going to keep an eye on this one. I kind of want to trim into 110, but this is kind of a start of a position trade, so I'm happy to hold on. NVAX in the bottom or top right here is looking like a squeeze. I'm going to pull that up on a higher time frame. And we'll also talk about USAR, which I did exit, but I might have to get back in that as well. So Novavax here, very, very strong on the daily. We just swept this previous high. I think we want to go for the big one here. Another, what is that, 15, 20 cents up? Oh, 70 cents up almost. All right, so we will see if the first sellers do step in here. That is my cue to get out of some of my short-term options. So I'm going to do that. And this should try to consolidate, backtest this area a little bit, then push higher. But we could see just a straight squeeze. So I trimmed a little bit of I have some calls that are expiring 2 days, but they're 9 strikes. So whenever I go risky, make it a little less risky, and I go in the money. And then if I lose that in the money level, so for example, my Novavax calls are 9 strikes, which I bought relatively early in the day. On this pullback here, I bought the 9 strikes. Got a nice extension here. So the idea here was I'm buying them when we're basically right at 9. And so then if I'm wrong, I'll know pretty quick. We'll lose this low. I'll stop out. No biggie. No harm, no foul. I'm looking for this. And so we got it. Got to lock some in when we swing over this zone of interest, but still quite strong. So that's our best trade of the day, which is honestly surprising because I was pretty sure our best trade of the day would have been this USAR. So we closed this one here. Closed a little on the first pop, so a little under 21, and then got out almost top ticked part of it. So I was in USAX. This one does not trade does trade quite thinly. So I got some out at 32, I believe. Some out at 34. Really happy with those 34 sells. And then I stopped out of the rest when we lost 30 again. So happy with that as well. As you can see, we flushed out way down, all the way to 24 on this ticker, on the 2x leveraged. So that was past my entry. I got in at 25 in the beginning of the week. So always got to use stops to protect those runners, but really happy with that trade. We are seeing the biotech, specifically the vaccine stocks, really rocking and rolling today here. So I'm not sure exactly why this is yet. I know Novavax did have some catalyst. I just saw a headline. I don't actually remember what it even was. So much going on today in terms of the news cycle here. We've had some wild Trump statements. I don't know. Are we invading Iceland? Are we invading Greenland? Are we invading nobody? Seems like nobody based on the most recent headline, but it's been a lot to keep up with, and some absolutely insane moves. We're going to pull up the 1 day or 1 minute chart on SPY here. This was insane. We had some fellas in the Discord who took this short, and it paid quite heavily here on SPY. For the 0-day Ts, that was a $4 move there in about half an hour. Really clean there. Took it to where? Well, we swept the pre-market lows. Or, I'm sorry, the opening range lows. Got the new low. That was our target there. Nice trade there. And then I didn't take this even. I was burnt out from the morning stream, but I know a few people in the Discord also took some calls. Not sure exactly what, but what a crazy move. Can't pretend like we knew that was coming, but but you know, it was about that time for Trump to taco. So what can you say? So in terms of where we are going to retrace to, because it looks like this is trying to put in a top. First off, we're going to be watching this low of the initial push up and rejection. This is our little potential distribution range, potential reaccumulation range. And assuming that we're going higher, that doesn't mean that we have to go immediately higher. So I'll put the Fibonacci range on here to give us an idea. So roughly at the bottom of this is going to be here. We can probably pull this all the way to the low, and we could, let's see if it looks better if we pull it to the low of the day there. I think that's fine. All right, so I like that the 50 fib right here, when you surge up, it kind of back tested right there between these two fibs and pushed up. So that seems relatively responsive. I want to see this 78.6 fib hold if we're going to have an immediate continuation. Honestly, it doesn't look like we are going to have an immediate continuation. So happy that we took a little bit off the table, but still definitely bullish going into, going into next week. I do want to see. All right, so here's the thing. I'm thinking out loud here because this is all happening in real time. This is the range of interest. This is the middle of the range, right? We can even hone it down to right there, that kind of candle. And you can see that it's kind of pinned around the equilibrium. So this being the previous high, we'll put it, tag in the high there, and then right to this kind of level where it sold off. So this area in general, I think it would be healthy to see a retest here. We don't have to hold it. We could see the market selling off even more. I don't think that it wants to, but we do got to kind of entertain that on a weekly chart here, or intra-week chart. We haven't healed all of the damage yet. And what I mean by that is a few things. First off, we haven't filled the gap completely. Complete gap fill would be up to here. And second thing is, let me pull out just a little bit more so I can show you a different fib here. So if we move this all the way to the bottom, the very low, and we put the top to the top, whoops, dragged the whole thing there. If we put it to the top of the whole range and the bottom of this whole range, what we will see is that we essentially surged above the 50, which is really good, but we have not broken over the 61. And I want to see what happens when we back test this 50 here, this half point of the range. So I was a little bit worried that the 50% of this range was a little bit higher and that was maybe what we were rejecting off of. So this makes me feel better that we powered through this on high volume, pretty high volume here. So that makes me feel better for sure. But we still got to watch. Still got to watch what happens intraday. So short term here, we're going to go to a 1 minute chart and we're going to be looking at the rising moving averages so that we can essentially look for areas that if we're still bullish and going for the immediate continuation, you could get involved. Otherwise, this is the time where you'd probably be getting out of the scalp. So if it's a really quick trade and you manage to catch it here, if you didn't get shaken out for this, you didn't take profit here, you should be getting out probably here because the moving averages, to see this blue 9 minute, this yellow 21, starting to roll over and reject. The trend is still valid as long as we're holding this 50 minute, this blue here. but does look a little bit weak, like we might need to revisit it. That being said, there are still buyers. You can see that nice high volume on the first catch there when we lost the range. So I'm not expecting a big puke and a hard rejection, but that is kind of where my head's at. Hey, thank you, Jane. I appreciate that. You had some nice reads in the morning there yourself. I love these morning panels where we're all coming from things from a slightly different perspective, but it really helps me feel more confident in my trades. So what I'm seeing here, still a little bit of weakness, but I'd like to take a look at some of our other trades. Oh, Novavax still ripping. We love that one. Keeping an eye on the leader in the space, Moderna here, just linking them up in the bottom or the right hand of our charts. So we have ASTS grinding on higher. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit on these so we can see that stair step in action, that algorithmic action, just buying off of this 9-minute. And as long as that holds, now we're trading into the VWAP, so probably a few sellers to digest, and along with the indices rolling. As long as this holds, we can just see the algorithmic squeeze. But until we lose this 1 minute, still bullish intraday. And this for me, when you zoom out a little bit, let's pull the ASTS up on a daily chart here. When you zoom out a little bit, you'll see that I think that this is a pretty compelling time to actually get involved in these space names. So I was mentioning this in the Discord when we were under 100. I pulled the trigger just a little bit over 100 as we were reclaiming the 9-day moving average. I'll zoom in for you, that light blue line right there. And there were a few reasons why I was deliberating on this and ended up pulling the trigger. Well, I ended up pulling the trigger because Trump said that thing, regarding the Greenland deal, and all of a sudden the market was eaten. I was like, okay, I need to get something. This was on my screen already. So this was one of the things I picked up, but we had this area of interest, the previous swing high. This was the range that's quite significant, the parabolic move up. The top of this, we come back, we retrace into the golden pocket of this. I'll really quick draw that fib out too. See, perfect golden pocket right in between those yellow lines. Perfect catch there. Then off to the races again. So now we're going to flip our fib around here because I want to show you the extensions. And I'm lazy, so I'm just using one tool instead of using the actual fib extension tool. So here we go. Look at the precision of this chart for the fibs. And I love fibs for these parabolic movers, these high flyer growth or momentum names, because it's really hard to gauge how far one of these things is going to go with a lot of other tools, with a lot of other indicators. There's so many indicators that help with mean reversion, but how many can project where a parabolic squeeze is going to close out at? It's really tough even with these, but they can help. So I really love these extensions, this 1.27 fib here, and it's got a nice confluence with the round number 2. And then you also had the top out right at about 100. So again, when everything's kind of just working very neatly like that, and you have confluence between a psychological support / resistance, a psychological level, and a technical level, that's going to improve the hit rate of these. So really liked that we broke that range. We tested here. This is where the breakout will stall if it's not ready to go yet. This is where the range break. So we broke this range. This is where the extension will stall on many, many, many charts. And then it comes back and it decides, it back tests, it retests the previous range high and says, hey, are we still in range expansion mode? Is this just a back test of the highs? If so, then we can continue on to the races. And this looks like a parabolic squeeze type setup to me still. Does not look done. I'm telling you guys, does not look done here. So zooming in just a little bit. So bad at navigating with this. There we go. A few other reasons why I was interested. See this high volume node starts right there. Got some high volume nodes here as well here. And just basically telling me that in this cloud of support between the 9 and the 21 moving average, that's where I want to transact. That's where I want to be a buyer. Or I can wait for confirmation because I was a little late. I didn't know that Trump tweet was coming. They didn't send me the crime memo. I don't know what your guy has to do to get on that list, but they're not sending me those. So I had to play it the old fashioned way and wait for the breakout back through. And this concept, as we go to the hourly, or we'll go to 5 minute to explain this, is the buying the right side of the V. Does he mean right like left right or right like correct? Yes, because buying on the right side of the V, we've got our V here, buying on this side here is so much safer. Why, you might ask? Well, it's the same level, right? I'm looking at $100 either way. We're going to mark out the 100. 100 is right about there. So price came down and started playing with it, bouncing back and forth. And I'm going, hey, I think I want to get involved. I just need to wait for the buyers to step in. Because who's to say that this isn't going to just break on down and keep going lower? I mean, we have our bias because of our higher time frame, projections, but that could always change. So remember, we got to monitor these in real time as they engage with the important level and wait for the evidence to show itself. So we did not have the evidence until boom. And then look at the volume, this increase in volume. That's what made me feel really good about it. So I got involved. I don't know. It was somewhere between 1050 and 150 and 101. So right in this area here. So basically we pushed up, we pushed down a little, and then broke the top of that again. So that for me is a nice area of confluence. And I think that we have a bit of room up for the space trade for a position trade. So I just took a small starter, but I do like these charts and I want to be involved. Meanwhile, going back to our grid here, SPY doing what we expected, drifting on down and testing the equilibrium of the range. So found buyers right off there to the penny. So again, the algorithms are still firing. Probably going to test down a few times more, but I don't think it is doom and gloom quite yet, especially when we see Micron here very strong. Micron wants to go higher. They don't care what SPY does. And this shows me that we are fishing in the right pools, guys, because this is where our semiconductor exposure has been really, really concentrated the past week or so. We've been buying more. So that's kind of where my head's at. I want to be in the most appealing stocks that don't even need SPY to go up. Like, SPY can go down, and ASTS and MU, the memory and space themes, can go sideways. They can go down a little bit. They can even go down. I mean, space, I guess, can whip around quite significantly. But the idea here is that if you're fishing in the right pools, you don't have to have a perfect win rate. You don't have to have perfect exits and entries. Good enough is good enough if you're looking in the right areas. All right, guys. Sorry, I got to catch up on comments now. I'm too wired. Had an extra coffee to handle all this news. I actually got some sleep last night, so I don't know what to do with myself. All right, Crow had a bag on boil, but back in profit. Love to hear that. Don't love to hear holding on leveraged ETFs as they go against you, but I know how it goes sometimes. Let's talk about the boil move here, because this is one of the best breakouts I've seen all year. What an insane 2-day move. Just clarity of trend. Beautiful. Let's look at an hourly. So going from 15 to 26, wow, almost a double in 2 days. Insane. So just really, really pretty when you look at it. Whoops. From its consolidation here, where it's just moving averages flattening out, price getting really tight, and you're starting to see, I think this was really the capitulation of sellers. See this high volume, and then you see good buyers coming in. Sure, they get sold off because there's still a lot of heavy downside negative momentum. Everybody was short this. It was an incredibly crowded trade, and we got a cold snap over the weekend. So, a few savvy investors, lucky investors, one of the two, it's hard to tell when you're trading the Widowmaker. But regardless, whoever did get long here was essentially one of the, there was very few market participants that were long, and the shorts just got squeezed at the open. And as you can see, they just immediately had to bail and squeeze each other out. Then there's a little bit of overnight pressure, but then just more shorts need to cover. So I would imagine if we break this high again, we're going to see another squeeze setup there. It's the same kind of thing, just like this. Very similar. So push up, come up again, come back a little bit, and then just boom. So push up, come back, come up a little, and we'll see if we can form a higher low if the shorts get scared and think that, oh no, this is just more reaccumulation, and start chasing each other out the door here. In terms of higher levels, much more important to look at the natural gas charts, but we can look back at recent points of interest, and this isn't too far away. This is, whoa, what a crazy swing on oil. Was it really only 21 days ago that it was previously up at this level? That's insane. So essentially we are doing a mitigation block, as I call them, or I guess as the ICT guys call them. That is where I learned the concept, but don't think it's his, so to speak. Anyways, mitigation block, or the kind of healing of a big market wound. So if you were long boil and then you got caught in this, Well, that's a lot of negative tape that just got sliced through really quickly. There's still a lot of people who put their orders up here saying, oh, goodness gracious, please get me out. If you get it back up here, I'll be a good boy. I will not long leverage natural gas anymore. I swear it. Get me out. And they're starting to make deals with God. Market makers see all these orders on the book. They also see all of the stop orders here for all of the shorts. Remember how many shorts we were talking about, how heavy this trade was in terms of the downside positioning here that got washed out? So they all put their stop over here saying, hey, if it squeezes back up here, I don't want it. So see how close we got, but the bears did contain it. So this is kind of their last stand, I think. We could see a big squeeze. We could also see a decent pullback. Honestly, I don't know what the heck we're going to see, but the high probability move was the rip up to this general area of toppiness, I would think. Yeah, NG main is correct chart. Yeah, I just can't pull it up on here, I don't think. Almost positive. Because UNG, that one's super, it gets, I don't know. It seems like the natural gas ETFs, they're just such a money inferno, like money furnace. I don't fully understand why they are such pieces of garbage. Yeah, not UNG. Yeah, NG, absolutely. I can't pull it up on here though, unfortunately. But yeah, that's what I would use for the overall levels. And you can see very clearly like where we caught was $3, and where we sold previously was $5. But we're sure not back at $5 yet. But this is where Boyle was when it was $5 previously, just to show the chop loss there. Yeah. Let's see. Is NG in contango or backwardation? Yeah, see, dude, I don't know. If you don't know, I definitely don't know. Backwardation in contango that's where I'm like I get the concept, but I don't get it well enough to trade it. That's for sure. It's pretty arcane to me, to be completely honest. I'm fine admitting I'm a tourist in the natural gas space. That's like the hardest sector to play. Darn near that. Maybe oil. I think natural gas is probably harder. Okay, so SPY still can't find traction, could not find traction over the 50% fib. So now I want to go in detail again and pull this fib back because I think we just need to play this immediate range first. Whoops. So I'm going to go ahead, delete that one, add off this immediate range, just see what we're seeing here. Sometimes if you have to look too hard for the lineup, maybe you should just keep it simple, go high to low, and just not try to predict anything. Okay. Still think this 685 probably is going to have to transact at this point. And you can also look at it like holding or retesting this breakout continuation here, where we surged up and then we paused for, what is that? Just 5 minutes, but still, we did pause for a second as we swept these highs and then decided, hey, more. Okay, found sellers, found more sellers, and now we're kind of just wait and see mode. I think probably back down here. Then I'd like to say bias to the upside, but we will have to see how the levels transact as usual. Micron pushed up 394. So it is just dancing. I think tomorrow it's got to hit the 400. At this point, you're so close. And it's already like counter bidding indices like here. So I think it's decoupling further, definitely already decoupled. I also love how tight Novavax is getting here while the market's fading. I'm going to hold some of these calls since they're in the money and we have a couple days left. Okay, Talk likes the risk reward on cold. I'm going to keep my hands out of the machinery. I do think you're probably right. There's a decent chance that it kind of achieved that major target and it's such a major push. And if we can't see immediate continuation, bears will step back in. They will get some of that money back that they got clawed back on that crazy move up. You like energy here too? Absolutely. We can talk about the XLE chart because that thing is not stopping. I do not believe. I want to pull back to a higher time frame here. This is one tarnation. What am I looking at here? Okay, I don't know what's going on with this. How about we look at some other ETFs? Here is the Invesco Solar ETF TAN. Looks like it wants to go up to me. Pretty crazy move, honestly. We have OIH, Oil Services ETF. That doesn't look bearish. What else we got? What's crude doing? That's interesting. All right, guys. I had a pretty hot take. I had a pretty hot take during the Venezuela thing. And it seems like I might be able to take a little bit of a victory lap here. Okay, guys. So the hot take was when we kidnapped Maduro and essentially started, controlling the Venezuelan oil, we had Chevron tankers in there within like 24 hours and shipments landing within like 3 or 4 days, I believe, from that. Oil should have gotten hit a lot harder, I thought. I couldn't figure out why oil was holding this range. And I was always taught never to short a dull market. And if you look at what oil has done for the past couple months and really couple years, it's been a pretty darn dull market. So my hot take, my call was that I think oil's bottoming here. I think oil's bottoming on bad news, and it starts getting involved with this overall theme that we're into, which is basically commodities are going to continue to show dominance. Despite any minor pullbacks, yes, I know gold that is down today. Yes, I did trim some of my gold miners. I trimmed HMY and I trimmed FSM, which is a silver miner too, and HL, Hecla mining as well. So there can be ebbs and flows. I still think that we are on track, and so I think this is a little bit of that coming into play as well. It's not a huge part of my thesis. I don't think oil is going to go do anything super crazy, but hey, what I do know is I'm pretty sure that we get a nice bottom here for at least a couple months. So we'll see if that trend, if that call continues, or if I am full of it and I just jinxed it. But let's see. Smoke Tuna mentioning because Venezuela oil is only 2% of supply does not affect any market in terms of supply and demand. Yeah, for sure. It wasn't as big of an impact. Absolutely. It's also very heavy, the dark crude. So luckily we have facilities right off the coast to process it with Chevron and Exxon, Rig. I forget what their actual name is. What else? Schlumberger, Halliburton. Those are big benefactors. But yeah, overall, I think the bottom is in on energy, and we see Novavax just chugging on higher. Love that. Micron, a little heavy. Q's a little heavy. Makes sense. And the question is this consolidation or is this going to actually sell off? Hard to say with all of the news headlines, and especially because I think it's time to check back in on like an hourly chart on SPY to get our bearings and see just how bullish we should actually be. How bullish should we actually be? We are testing the gap, but we have not confirmed any major level. We have this uptrend line. It's kind of the bottom of a channel that we do not seem even close to testing here. And I'm just not convinced. And I don't think the market is either. And I think it's really as simple as we just got to wait. Sorry for dragging this around here. We just got to wait until we retest this middle of the zone here. Clean this up. The zone I'm referring to is this kind of neckline that's forming. So looks like we're real close already. So this 685 going to be an important level, probably down to 684. Give it a little room there. And that's the level where it's going to be really important to hold. Pulling the larger fibs up on here. I guess we do have one. There we go. So we are back under the 50 fib. Back under the 50 fib. Kind of sketchy. The next level of interest is the 684. So that's going to be the bottom of our range. That makes sense to me. And I think that's kind of the long and short of it, is if this holds, then we fill the gap and make our decision. If this fails, we need to retest probably the 680. So nothing too complex here. Okay. We are halfway through the power hour. The hour of power. Hasn't been too strong since we got on here. It's actually been literally just downhill ever since. So sorry to come on here and jinx your gains, but there's still pockets of big strength. All right, now we're starting to see a little bit of an air out and some risk on. So ASTS taking a little bit of a dive. Meanwhile, biotech names still very strong. So I got to figure out what's going on here after market. It's going to be fun kind of putting that narrative together, figuring out what's causing them to this basket to show such relative strength, because this is a relatively new trend, and I want to see what's going on there. This is pretty ugly though. Just the flush look like this, still picking up in size, and that was a high volume candle as well. So let's see where things settle. Looks like the 684, if the 685 can't reclaim, because we are under the 685 currently. That's the area where we would kind of expect to hold. Another continuous move down there for the past 20 minutes now on MU. So guess it was the right call to trim up here. I did not, but usually if I'm in a day trade, I'll always take some off the top when we make a move up like this, even if I think it's going higher, like I mentioned I did, which it is not, at least not yet. So now I guess I will have to potentially stop out if we lose there, but it's not really a day trade. So fine, holding a very strong company that I believe in very much, especially when we're so close to, you can look at it two ways. Why am I getting so greedy? We came within $5 of the target. Or you could say, hey, I still think that magnet's there. I think any dips are going to act as a dip buy in positive gamma, where it will get bought up and it'll want to go to that target. And I think it goes through 400. So we are seeing small tailing bottom wicks as we encounter the 685 on ES and the 616 handle on Qs. So not a bad look there. Like we were mentioning, this is the area where we'd want to see the sellers. One thing that you can consider is that maybe that was seller exhaustion, where those candles just widened like that. Feels really terrible. But if it does that into basing, into a zone that we had marked out, maybe there's a chance that was seller exhaustion from this crazy move, and it was just mean reversion down, and now we can continue the move up. You could consider this like a speed running process to just push down really fast and then hold. But in general, it's not what you really want to see, but it's hard to read this volatility, for me at least. So let's see if this is the bottom. If these do transact, maybe we push up and then do a higher low into the end of the day. So that's what I'm kind of going to be looking for. I'm seeing Moderna just powering up here, and that'll probably be a new high. Yeah, it's a new high of the day on Novavax as well. How those calls doing? Oh, baby, we are up 140%. 140%, not too shabby. And oh, boom, I turn around and big candle off our level on SPY. All right, you boys still got it. And no, it's really what it is when TA works so well. It's just the market wants to play ball. The market wants to cooperate. That's how I kind of look at it. Okay. What else we got? All right, we're talking Soros. I'm gonna keep my I'm gonna let you guys take that one. Yeah, you guys are my therapist. I don't want my therapist hitting me with the conspiracy theories, I just let me I'm supposed to be telling you conspiracy theories, No, I'm kidding. What are we seeing? We're seeing the power stick, the save stick off the key zone. That's where we wanted to see it. So I don't have anything else really to say. Except for, where should I trim my Novavax? Let's look at that. That's going to be a good idea. Boom, 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 boom. What a move. Makes me feel greedy. It's like we moved so much. If we gapped up to this level tomorrow, I'd be like, oh, it's time to sell my option. But it happened so fast that I'm like, maybe I should hold. And that is probably a logical fallacy. So I want to identify any reason why I should keep holding this. I think I got to close it at the end of the day. So we tagged this. The upside would be a move to right about 1040 or 1064, I'd say. It's a decent upside, don't get me wrong. That's like, what's 5, 6, 7, 8%, something like that. 7, 8. Huh. And I'm just seeing no sellers yet. They're probably sitting at 10. Let's look on the books here. Not seeing them yet. When we get a little closer, then we can see how big the resistance is. So I'll use that to kind of be my judge, be my guide. And if there's a lot of pressure there, I'll sell into it. I'll take the quick 132% or 150%, whatever it'll be, and let that settle. So SPY, we are testing our moving average clusters on SPY, which is a little stronger than Q's. Q's still slightly under theirs. All right, what else? What else? What else? What do we got? I need to look at some scanners. How's USAR doing after we stopped out? Is it back above our stop? Or are we sad? Should we have gotten back in? Nope. Still smart to stop out under here. So what I'm thinking for USAR is they are forming a high or low here. They might reject and form it a little bit deeper. But I'd like 1850, but they might not get it. So this is an area of interest. I do still like USAR. MP, I still like too, but I don't like what it's doing on the daily. Yes, bad daily stick. I think this one might need to be taken out a little more. I'd like 60. If they give me 60, I'll start a position in MP because I missed the 200-day tap. Any other critical metals that we like here, guys? Any favorites? NB, it's an interesting one. Also having a rough day. I think critical metals, I just want to buy every red day, kind of. I need a deeper discount, I think, but that one's starting to come back a little. Yeah, I'm still in this on a runner. And we're getting a nice push up on ASTS there. I like the relative strength in space. It's okay that it wants to air out a few bucks. Totally fine, because when you pop, from 96 to 106 so fast, like, yeah, you're going to have profit takers. There's people who just nailed a $10 move, a $10 scalp there. Then you just pull back $4, no biggie. Still holding a tight flag and can push much higher. Don't like what's happening on Micron as much. That's okay. We'll stick with that one a little bit. I'm just going to zoom in on Novavax just in case I miss a move. ASTS looking really strong here. This one's still looking super valid. I'll mention to the Discord guys that ASTS is still looking good. All right, checking that out. And also mentioned that I trimmed a bit of the Novavax just a bit earlier. So back testing kind of the top of this range. I just want to see, I guess it can test VWAP. I guess it can test this 9-minute moving average on Novavax. That's what I'd like to see hold. Got a little bit of a volume shelf building at 982. So that's the area. Under 982, I need it to show strength, and it shouldn't get under 76 for sure. And if it does get under 78, it should just whip back up really quick. So that's kind of the parameters for staying in this one shorter term. SPY catching on the cluster of moving averages and just a power candle. Assuming this closes strong, does look like bears are going to try to resist, but this looks like they're going to get backed off, in my opinion. If I'm right, if they close strong, then we can entertain. Potentially, I don't know if we can get high a day. That would be pretty wild. But we can think about it. In general, I like this type of action on ASTS because essentially I want to see this outperform SPY at this point because it's nowhere near its highs of days. If we zoom out, their high days, much higher. It's a big flush out. It's almost a 30. That's actually a crazy move from 120 all the way down to 96. So that's why I was like, I need to get some of this, because you're gonna find big buyers once they come back. Like, just like me. I mean, my pockets aren't that deep, but you can tell somebody's are when it's getting this aggressive. So we did have the wick down on SPY. We also had the wick down on Qs. Is this a really nice short entry off the moving averages? It might be. If that candle told us anything, you could manage your risk just under the high of the wick. And then you could also flip long if this surges above, because then you could say, all right, I'm with the shorts that pushed us down unless they fail. And then I want to be with the longs that rejected them. That's how I'd look at that. In general, though, not loving this kind of big wick right there after multiple wicks there, but it is very strong in the next candle. So let's see where this one closes and really just not try to predict too much. Over the wick, these shorts get squeezed. Under the wick, these shorts are going to try to go for the new low, and we'll see if they can or not. All right, you guys talking about some CELH. I haven't played Celsius in so long. That's a fun name. And look at Novavax pushing, making a new high. We might get the $10 fill after all. Beautiful. SPY, on the other hand, they push down lower. Looks like the shorts are trying to make their move. Bulls still holding on, but they are losing the bottom of this range by all means, or looks like it at least to me. So we'll see where it closes. We're seeing healthcare and vaccine stocks pushing up. Is there an outbreak of something? Is there something going on here? We doing the midterms silly outbreak? All right, I'm gonna have to trim some more of these calls here into the 10 handle. All right. Man, Novavax so strong. Okay, there's the air out on SPY. So that was a really nice short entry when I mentioned off those moving averages with that wick up, and assuming that most recent candle was going to print. If it wasn't, you get stopped out there. Otherwise, you get the flush down here. So bear's now in the driver's seat, at least in the very short term, as we are still under these moving averages. We need to see if they can form a higher low or not. I'm kind of biased that this bull stick seemed very convincing. So I want to give it credit and say that it's going to form a higher low. And even on this, before this air out candle, there was some strength there. There's some real strength there before they stepped out. So I would like to see this trend change, but I got to respect that we are still under moving averages. We accelerated away, we accelerated up back into them and rejected them for now. That being said, our stocks aren't weak. So maybe that's why my head's like, I'm a little more bullish than I maybe should be, just because we've managed to find ourselves in things that are counterbidding here. Yeah, you guys still like the palladium, the platinum? I'm still in palladium. I never got in platinum. I like them all. I don't know. I think I'm in my stuff era, you know? I guess I'm a materialist, historical materialist, or I just like materials. I don't know. Either way, I like copper, I like steel, I like aluminum, I like precious metals. I like things that are going to build the stuff that everybody wants to build. I think that we're in a weird place societally, you know? Things are both so over and we are so back simultaneously, depending on where you happen to fall on certain issues or certain life circumstances. So I don't know. I think that there's going to be with copper charts like this, I can't be bearish growth. So I'm bullish humanity. We're gonna find our way through. Look at HII going crazy. The shipping or what are they, like naval plays? Huntington? Yeah, they're the ships. They're ship defense, attack ships. I don't know. Crazy. I mean, just parabolic move. And this. Do we have any GAN traders here? I'm not a GAN square guy, but don't they have a thing? Like, look at that. That's kind of like a perfect square, right? And is that like a significant amount of time? Maybe some 180-day cycle that they love? I know they love 180-day cycles. Could be. I don't know. Yeah, Huntington Ingalls shipping. Crazy move. Like, what do I do with this chart, though, you know? I don't know. Pshaw. Can't do anything with it. All right. Got the 997. Close enough for government work. I should take more off, huh, guys? Book the win. Yeah, 150%. I got to take more off. Definitely free rolling. All right, down to 2 of those bad boys. SPY still looking kind of weak, though, huh? Still can't prove itself, but it is at least not falling off the face of the earth. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens on this 5-minute flag that's kind of playing out. I like the micron recovery. We were wondering what it was doing. All we really knew is it was kind of box trading this range. Now it's popping back. Maybe it rejects the moving average cluster here. Maybe it doesn't, but either way, I like it. Okay, guys, we have 5 minutes left before the mock candles. As you can see, ASTS just took a little bit of a header. Looks like, yeah, SPY is going to make a move down. That's my cue to get out down to a single runner. All right. Still kind of want to be bullish into tomorrow, but I think I'll wait. I'll wait and see how things shake out here. So I'd like this to be the start of a kind of like a new artificially carved out base, not artificial in a bad way, but just like, it's like, okay, you have this crazy move up and then sellers. And it's like, okay, where do we retrace to? Well, let's make a new pattern. Let's come down, come up, come down, form a higher low, then come up and we'll form a W. And then we push off this new pattern, that kind of idea. So I would really like to see that be the case. And it's kind of what I'm thinking. What are some other leaders? Oh, wow. Bloom Energy still holding the 50. That's insane. This thing is such a powerhouse. I gotta keep watching this because I feel like it's gonna keep going. And ASTS, beautiful, beautiful engulfing bullish 1 minute candle here. Obviously, it's a 1 minute stick. Can't put too much weight into it, but it does look like still a very strong pattern that wants to go resolve higher. Even SPY here, I know I was talking trash a few minutes ago, but this candle does feel pretty good. We tap back into this zone that we had marked out. Still showing a response. We'll see if the next back test here will hold, but in general, we are wicking into the imbalance created by this big stick. And that is not something that's bearish. That's just a retest. ASTS leading the pack here, leading SPY after trailing all day. We like that as well. Micron still holding strong. I like Bloom Energy right here, actually, for continuation. I mean, I know we're elevated, but like this is a nice little tight flag. Not too bad at all. Okay, sorry, trying to get filled on one last thing here. All right, got filled, and I am... Ooh, okay, yeah. Big candle on Novavax, but it is getting eaten up. I do think this goes higher. I'm still holding my shares, but I had an option that I don't need more than 150%. That's good enough for me for a day's work. Micron's still strong, trying to reclaim structure. Very good. I don't really get what it's doing on a 5-minute chart, so maybe we switch it to a 15 and it makes a little more sense. Sometimes I just don't really see the vision on a certain time frame, and often I don't think it's so much me. It's just, for whatever reason, certain patterns will kind of pop out on different time frames. So I like to flip through the time frames and find one where the pattern makes more sense to me. So this makes a little more sense to me, where it's starting to kind of form an ascending triangle, I think. Or maybe it goes... Where's my arrows? Maybe it goes up like that, down like that. That kind of thing. Cool, I just figured out I could do those all at the same time. Efficiency. All right, so I'm kind of thinking it does something like this and just keeps on squeezing up to the 400 and beyond. Loving that, and it looks like we're carving out here on the indices. I'm gonna keep track of that. BE offering a nice entry at 149 here off of the confluence of the 50-minute, the 21-minute, and the 9-minute, all within 20 cents of that. So decent area of interest. You could put a stop right under this flag. If you're looking to swing it, you could put a stop under this big candle low. Either way, I think this one curls up, and tomorrow we revisit and push higher. Revisit 155 and push higher. Still in this one for the swing account too, for the position trade. Just wish I had more. I only have a quarter of what I'd like. Oh no, am I wrong on the SPY? Big candle flushing, but wicking up for now. Now pushing lower. Now pushing lower. Q is even weaker. They're about to lose the low of their range. This is not what bulls wanted to see. This is not what we wanted, guys. Oh no. Let's see how bad it is. Q's lost their low of the day. We want to see if buyers step in, but likely going to air it out more. SPY still holding the bottom of the base here. Let's see. Oracle Juice ORCX toilet bound. Oh man, Tuck, you put me on that ORCX trade, right? You put me on that gap fill trade. Oh no, it's dead. I felt quite happy with myself with this one, even though it was literally just following you. You said, "Hey, looks pretty good here, huh?" It had filled the gap on Oracle. We'll go to Oracle, the actual underlying. Do we have the price history? Let's go to a weekly. 9 minutes left, guys. All right, yeah, this was the gap on the daily. It was right there, I believe. 177 or so. And it was just the cleanest. It was just the cleanest buy on like a Thursday. And then yeah, we closed the week all the way up at 91. So I just said, okay, that's the cleanest level of support here, and I'm just going to sell into 200. And 200 on Oracle was like, it was like right at the top of this range, right around there. So I got out within 2 days. I was like, whoa, killer, 20%, 2 days. So that's definitely not my biggest trade of the past couple months, but it's one of the trades I'm most proud of, even though it's like not even my idea, but just really happy with tight management, level to level. And actually, I'll put USAR on this too, because we got into USAX at 25. Just because pre-market on Tuesday, we knew what the themes were already for the week. So 25, yeah, right there. I took a half position. It was like it had popped to like 25.80, and this is where I'm saying your entries don't have to be super good. I literally set an alarm for 4:00 my time, West Coast, for when I could trade, and I just placed an order, and then I looked back and it was like 3 or 4% down. I was like, I should have probably looked at the chart at least. So this is not like good entry trading, but just like having conviction in the idea. So then came back to 25 and I added a bunch there, and then we get the move we're looking for. We'll switch back to USAR here and go to a 5-minute chart. Where was it? Oh, I'm going crazy. There it is. So the sell today for me was first a trim here, just because I realized, oh my goodness, I'm up 30% on this. And then it was a big red candle. And I said, okay, my stop is now right under here. So I'll mark that out. Stop's right there. And then because of this big red candle, I got kind of nervous. And then I saw we were making a new high. And I was just like, I don't like how volatility is picking up like this. Sure, we might squeeze, but this is already a crazy move for me, at least, because I got lucky / it was a good entry regardless. And, up 30% in 2 days. So this was up like 35%. I was just like round number. I'm up more and I'm kind of scared. So I'm going to take more off. And then I moved my stop to the 20 right under this swing low. Now the stop's right there. So then the last one here, get stopped out there, 20% gain on that last chunk. And I'm really proud of that one, just because I had conviction in the idea, went a little against me, very quickly. And I just said, oh, that literally doesn't matter. And then I didn't want to get too greedy. I recognized when volatility was increasing while we're up, there's a decent chance that they flush it. And I wish that I was focusing a little more on getting back in, because we did seem to hold the kind of bottom or top of this big shelf here. I was thinking that this 1850 to 18 area would be a good area to get back in, the kind of the top of the shelf. But, maybe it gives one more entry and a higher low tomorrow. So, guys, we have 5 minutes left. Let's see what the indices are doing. Oh, in the past 5 minutes, we've had decent move down, decent move up, for a 1 minute candle, that is, and just basically shaking that tree a little bit more. So Qs, did they actually lose that low, or was I too preemptive? By the way, BE in the bottom right here is looking kind of shake and bakey to me. Looks like this is kind of a juiced candle that might break this flag out. And that's because basically it jolted to the top of the candle very quickly, and then the spread got really tight and is staying right at the top. I'm going to zoom in for you. It's a really cool example of this concept, how you can see a move before it happens. Not saying it will, but I think it will. I think maybe 70% chance. Okay, see, there we go. Now we're getting the wide spread and expanding as the volatility comes in. So now let's see if we can get the push up. I would like to see the spread being at the top of the wick here. But the fact that it's so wide, yet we're seeing shares transact at the top of the spread, it tells me that the buyers are still in demand. The bulls are still in demand here, or in control, I should say. So still holding. Now this is what I like to see. See it tightening up near the top of that candle. I'll zoom in a little more. This is something I don't think a lot of people talk about, so I think it's a good example here. So tightening spread at the top of the 1 minute candle. We have the bullish context of being in a flag, and you can call this a 1 minute cup and handle as well. We of course have the higher context, or higher time frame context, of this being a gosh darn monster. It's a beast of a stock, and it's in a great sector. So we want to give it the benefit of the doubt. We believe this flag much more than the flag on, Tesla, which hasn't been acting right recently, something like that. Or, a notorious low quality company. This is not the case. Not the case. So still holding tight, and we want to see shares dry up at this level, and then it will surge up. There we go. Now we're surging up. So this is textbook. So if we were in this, we would take a quarter of the position off, just with a little bit of room here, just because we're into the end of the day too. And since we're into the end of the day, we just trim down to whatever we're willing to hold. But regardless, if it's a normal setup, I take a little bit off as we push above here, because usually it needs to come back. Then if I see volume coming back in, I just add this right back on a little bit of a pullback into that internal flag range. In general, usually you want to see a bigger pop in a back test of here. That's ideal. That shows the most strength in my book. And then you can keep taking some off at various levels of interest. So by the way, 3 minutes left, guys. So pre-market open roughly. This is kind of a pivot here that we sell off hard from. Usually it wants to mitigate back up to this area. So that would be the bigger target. And for the scalp, you can also do a few measured moves. So what you can do is you can do the size of this flag structure and say, hey, I'm looking for at least the 1.27 test, and see that would be testing the mitigation here. Next level would be the 161 fib. And that also is confluence with the 155 round number, also the top of this daily range. So that's a great no-brainer place to take some too. And then what you can also do, it's a little more conservative, is you can just do the measured move from the actual consolidation range. So then you could say, all right, if we get 1.6 here, that's good enough for me. 153, a 200% would be the ideal. That's an actual measured move, and that would be 154 and change. So that aligns with the 155. So when I pull a couple fibs like this, it gives me confluential levels of interest that I can really play off of with a higher level of confidence. So as we've been talking, this has been still pushing up. Let's go back to the 1 minute here and see. So spread still tightening. It looks like a little couple minute flag here, just consolidating very briefly, found a little seller inside candle trying to push up already. So that's a tiny little flag, basically just a straight shot move if it can keep pushing up and out. 1 minute left till the market closes here, guys. Let's just take a brief look over our positions. We top ticked our Novavax options. Beautiful. Holding shares, no worries in the world. SPY, nice turning out of the gates here around the corner. It looks like we shook loose the end of day bears, and we are holding at a decent level in my book. So no real worries there. And we get the continuation up on BE in the bottom right here into the bell, which is in 7. 6, 5. Close those positions, guys. I like to see the little buy into close here on ASTS. Makes me feel a little better about holding the swing, but hey, I'm in either way, baby. I'm in either way. We got a nice cushion, and we know where our stops are. Boom. All right. Market close. Pencils down. Thank you so much, guys, for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed. Ninja Trader, no worries. Which ticker are you asking about? That was BE that we were zooming in on. I gotta fix my layout here. I will do that actually right before I even close this. We'll get those more visible. I think I can do. Yeah, watermark. Awesome. Get that more visible for next time. So yeah, BE, Bloom Energy, still really like that one long term. Slightly lighter. I'll figure it out. I'll get there. But this is, yeah, high quality. There we go. And just the ticker. Now we're cooking. All right. High quality, pushing up higher. Wants to keep going in my book. Okay. All right. It's been a long day for me. Probably the same for you. It burns me out so fast to do TA intraday on when there's like news headlines coming left and right. Always feel a little shell shocked, but hey, we had a good day today. I hope you guys did as well. We are going to be doing this again tomorrow. I am going to be taking a break in the morning. It's Thursday. Yeah. So tomorrow you've got Big Money Mitch and Michael Noss in the mornings. I will be picking up at the end of the day there for the power hour though. So you can find me there. You can find me at my Discord as well and on my Twitter. So my Twitter is at Steve Tileman, SteveTeilmann. You can find my Discord server in the what do you call it? In the bio. And I did just update my link. Someone very kindly informed me that the previous link was expired. So now you can get in if you couldn't before. It was not personal, I swear. So come on in, join the party, and join the Trade the Pool Discord as well. Great traders in there. And obviously, come hang out with us tomorrow. We're going to be back on stream. So take care, guys. Have a great day. We'll do it again tomorrow. Bye.